Estoy solo aquí. Hola, hola. Ahí estamos. ¿Qué tal? Buenos días a todas y a todos. Sí me escuchan bien, ¿verdad?
Hay sonido.
Usualmente tomo los silencios a mi mejor conveniencia, entonces vamos a
Usually I
hacer
take the
así.
silence
Ajá.
as for my convenience. So
Muchas gracias, muchas
thank you.
gracias. Bueno, pues antes que
Well,
nada quiero darles la
before
bienvenida.
anything, I
Buenos
want to
días
welcome
a
you. Good
nuestro
morning
panel
to this our
que se
panel,
llama Del
which is
diseño
called
a la
From the
acción,
Design to Action,
explorando la labor
exploring the
trinacional de la
trinational
CCA
work
en
of the
favor de la
CEC in
sustentabilidad
favor of
ambiental.
environmental
Mi
sustainability.
nombre es José
My name
Casís,
is
yo trabajo en la
Jose Casis.
comisión
I
y
work
me
at the
encargo de las
Commission. I'm
planeaciones
in charge of
estratégicas.
strategic
También
planning.
tengo
I
el gusto
also
de llevar
have the
algunos
pleasure
proyectos
of
e
having
iniciativas
some
y bueno,
projects or
pues hoy tengo
initiatives.
el enorme
And
honor
today I have the
de
greatest
estar
honor
facilitando este
of
espacio
facilitating
con
this
mis
time, this
colegas, a quienes
space
también
with
voy a
my colleagues,
presentarles en un momento,
who I will
porque
introduce
ellas
in a
son
moment.
expertas
And
en
they
temas de
are
cooperación
experts
trinacional,
in trinational cooperation,
específicamente en temas de
specifically
soluciones basadas en
in
naturaleza y en temas
solutions,
de
nature-based
economía
solutions
circular.
and circular
También
economy. Also,
nos acompañan expertas, que
we
ahorita
have
les
experts.
voy a decir quién es quién,
I'm
en
going to tell you
temas de
who's who
participación pública
in public
y en
participation
temas
topics,
de
in
nuestros
topics of
programas de
our
subvenciones, que es uno de nuestros
topics of
brazos,
links,
por decirlo así,
one of our
para
arms
acercarnos al
to get
trabajo
close
con
to
comunidades.
the work with
Entonces, bueno,
communities.
pues sin más, tengo
Okay,
el enorme
without
placer de
further
presentarles
ado,
a
I have the
Antonia
pleasure of
Andújar, quien es
introducing
líder de
Antonia Andugar,
proyecto de la
who
Unidad
is
Vida
leader
y
of
Economías
the Life and
Sustentables.
Sustainable Economies
Nos
Project.
acompaña también
Also,
Catherine Boyd,
Catherine Boyd,
líder de proyecto
leader
de
of
la
the
Unidad de
project of
Ecosistemas.
the Ecosystems Unit.
Nos acompaña Elizabeth
Elizabeth
Campos, quien
Campos,
es líder de
leader
proyecto
of
de
the
la Unidad
project
de Calidad Ambiental.
Environmental
Nos
Quality Unit.
acompaña Violén Colombo,
Violen
quien es
Colombo,
líder de
who is
programas y
leader
subvenciones
of
comunitarias.
community
Y finalmente
and
nos
community
acompaña
leaders,
Julie
and
Amina,
Julie Amina,
quien es líder de
who is a
difusión,
leader of communications,
relaciones, alianzas
relationships,
externas
external
y
alliances,
participación
and
juvenil. Entonces,
youth
bueno, como les
participation.
comentaba hace un rato, tenemos
Like I said
expertas
a little while ago,
tanto
we
en
have
nuestro
experts in our
trabajo cooperativo, que son
cooperate,
nuestros proyectos e
cooperation
iniciativas,
work, which are
como en
projects and
temas de
initiatives, as well
participación
as in
y de
participation
subvenciones.
projects
Eh,
in
Antes de
financing.
continuar, me gustaría también platicarles
Before
un poco
we start, I would like to
de,
tell
bueno,
you a
ya
little
nos
bit.
presentamos nosotros ahora,
We
cómo
already
digamos, una
introduced
manera de
ourselves,
representar a
so
la
I
comisión.
want to
Y creo que una
introduce the
buena forma de
commission.
hacerlo
And a good
es
way of doing that
platicarles un
is
poco
to tell you
de
a little
cómo
bit
funciona la
of how
gobernanza
the governance
en la
works
comisión.
at the commission.
En cuestión de gobernanza
With regards to
tenemos, como
governance,
tal vez
we
ustedes lo
have,
sepan,
as
tres
you know,
grandes figuras.
three
Una es
large
el
figures.
Consejo,
One is the
que se
council,
integra
which
por las
is made up
ministras y
of
los ministros
the ministers
de
of the
las secretarías o los ministerios o las oficinas de medio
secretariat or
ambiente de los tres
ministries or
países.
offices of the environment from the three
Tenemos
countries.
también el Comité Consultivo Público
We have the
Conjunto,
Joint Public Advisory Committee.
que en inglés
In
lo
English,
llamamos el
we
JPAC,
call it
es el
JPAC.
acrónimo.
That is
Por si lo
the
escuchan
acronym.
ahí, JPAC, bueno, esto es la
So
sesión que tuvimos el día de ayer.
that was the
Y como
meeting
se
that we had
habrán dado
yesterday.
cuenta,
And as you
es,
have noticed,
bueno, primero se integra por tres
it is
ciudadanos de cada
made
uno
up of
de los tres
three
países
citizens
y está
from
encargado de
each one
hacer
of the three countries,
recomendaciones al
and they
Consejo
make
y
recommendations
ayudar
to
a
the council
promover
and to
y
help and
mejorar
promote
la
and improve
participación pública.
public
Yo
participation.
espero que después de la
I hope
sesión de
that
hoy
after today's
podamos
meeting,
nosotros ser
we
capaces
can be
de comunicarles
capable
lo
of
importante
communicating
que es
the
para la comisión
importance
la participación
the
pública.
commission
Esto
that public
alineado
participation
con
has.
los
This is
mandatos del
aligned with the
acuerdo de
agreements
cooperación
of
ambiental
environmental
con un
cooperation
énfasis
and with
particular
specific
en
emphasis in
fortalecer la
strengthening
gobernanza ambiental.
environmental
Y bueno, como
governance.
ustedes saben,
As you
la
know,
participación
public
pública es una
participation
de las
is
variables
one of the main
principales para
variables
fortalecer
to
la gobernanza
strengthen
ambiental.
environmental
Y
governance.
finalmente la
And
tercera
lastly,
figura de gobernanza
the third
es el
figure
secretariado,
of
que es
governance
donde
is the secretariat
nosotros
where we
trabajamos.
work.
Y nuestra
And
función es
our
brindar
work
apoyo
is to
técnico
provide
al
technical
Consejo.
support to the council.
También
We
brindamos
also
apoyo
provide
administrativo
administrative
y
support,
operativo y
creative, and we
coordinamos y
coordinate and
facilitamos la
facilitate
cooperación trinacional.
trinational cooperation.
Eh,
um, according to the council's guidance. And we have great responsibilities, like Paolo mentioned yesterday, and to analyze the petitions made by any citizen or any NGO, um, to the any other parties for the environmental protection. We decided to tell you all this because I've been working at the commission for 3 years, and the commission is not um, an organization easy to understand because we do very different things. And today we want to tell you about everything that we do and how we do it. And this is the purpose of this panel, to tell you how we work, how we get organized to design, implement initiative programs, and how we get close to the public, how we integrate the communities, and what are the different challenges that we have. What are the main advantages that we have, and why we are an organization that is placed to strengthen environmental governance through trinational cooperation. So I hope that the impact that we have in the territory with the communities is clear. And finally, I apologize for being talking and talking, but I want to tell you a little bit how the panel is going to work. After this not very brief presentation on my behalf, we're going to do a survey that we have on the QR code, and we will see what is your perception of the work that we carry out at the commission. And then we have two large sessions. In the first one, we will talk about how we work, how we implement, and how we design projects and initiatives, and how we get close to the public. We will have a section of questions and answers. And then we will have a second round in which we will be talking about our impact, some examples of our work, and we will have another session of questions and answers. And then we will close with some conclusions, and we will have a cloud of service. That is the plan, and that is the idea of how we will carry out the panel this morning. And finally, I would like to thank you for being with us. If you agree, we will go to the first survey to make the panel a little bit more dynamic. I think that you're familiarized with this, but we take a picture of the QR code and then answer the questions. We will give you a couple of minutes. Okay, I forgot to tell you this, but there is one more answer. So there's an answer that is wrong, but we did it on purpose because we wanted to see what is the perception, not correct perception of what we do at the commission. So apparently, you have a very good idea of what we do. Can we go back to the results, please? The majority of the people that are here, virtual as well as in person, we have to coordinate transnational economies and nature-based solutions. This is one of the main things that we do. So I'm going to conclude talking a little bit more of how the facilitator, to understand the work that we carry out, and then I will pass the microphone to my colleagues. I would say that from the window to the outside is one thing, and then from the window inside is all the administrative work, the planning work. So right now it's not relevant for this panel. So I'm going to talk about from the window out. So I'm going to talk about four big things that help us to understand the work of the commission. What do we do? One is our uh, the SEM, which is Paolo mentioned yesterday. And today we're going to explain it a little bit more, which is a very strong tool to have transparency. The Joint Public Advisory Committee, like I mentioned, coordinates all the public participation. We also have our financing programs, um, and we're going to explain them more. And these are our projects, our initiatives that we coordinate at a international level along our work. With that, and now is the moment to go to the questions. And for this, in more detail, I would like to ask Antonia. In 3 minutes, can you tell us a little bit more about how you design a cooperative project for the Commission? And also tell us about the difference between projects and initiatives. Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. The process or the program of the Commission is very dynamic, and it includes projects and initiatives of the Council that allow us to deal with the priorities and important topics from the parties at a international level. What is the difference? The difference is the difference is that the projects are triannual and we work with the parties. They are centered in work that is going to be found under one of the three pillars of the strategic plan. And the initiatives of the Council are financed usually through a surplus that is being accumulated. And usually the topic is it is made known like today during the public meeting, and we are working in jointly. It could also be the topic of the Council for that moment, for that session. With regards to the defining the projects, it's very briefly 3 phases. I would like to use an example like the topic about food waste, which is a topic which is very important for the last 10 years. And it is beautiful. So we would start by using this example. And this is the case of Canada. And we submit a proposal for the project. This is an initial idea. It is very simple to carry out a project later on. In this case, we have to go in depth, the knowledge of the theories and the behavior, and to develop material that would be useful, especially for local authorities, mainly, but also for other parties. For example, in Mexico, it would be material useful for the municipalities. That material would be to use and develop awareness campaigns for the loss of and waste of foods. Once we have the support from the other 2 countries, we go to the work group. The Secretariat facilitates that discussion, and we define a conceptual note where we ground the objective, and we estimate the financing that would be necessary. And then once that conceptual record is factual record is accepted, we define the project. We define the description of the project. It's a proposal which is definite, and the most important thing which is the calendar and the deliverables. With regards to the behavior and the materials that accompany that material and the theories of behavior, and this is the valuable use for the prevention and reduction for the well-being of the community. And once we accept the project by the three parties, we start with the implementation. That is briefly the
Gracias,
process.
Antonia.
Thank you very much, Antonia.
Julie, ¿nos podrías platicar, por
Julie,
favor, también
can
como
you
en
tell
unos
us
3 minutitos,
a little bit in
cómo es que
3 minutes, how
integra
does
al
the Commission
público
integrates
en el trabajo
the
que realizan?
public in the work that they carry out?
Thank you, Pepe, and apologies for the little delay. Following what Antonia just said, the Commission engaged the public differently. So yesterday, most of you were at the JPAC Public Forum. So this is one way of engaging the public. And through these forums, the JPAC also organized consultation. But there is also an effort that's made by the Secretariat to engage the public more widely within the initiative and the project, but this, I'll let my colleague tell you more about this, but also just to inform and to influence the CEC and the Secretariat, the JPAC members, the TEK, and for that we develop strategies. So we have the private sector strategy that my colleague Samantha is actually leading and organizing workshops and consultation with different people from the private sector who could actually help the CEC move forward for a lot of different initiatives, but also just generally influencing our next strategic plan that was mentioned a few times yesterday. We also have a youth engagement strategy. The idea is also to engage with the youth in North America, and you'll know more about them. We have a wonderful program, which is the Generation of Environmental Program, which I might talk a little bit later about. And it's important to value the expertise that North American youth have. And we develop principle and institutionalize how they can support the CEC and contribute to our work, but also how we can support them also with their initiatives. So these are the main two strategies that were just developed this year in engaging the public. But the idea with the CEC is not just three countries working together, it's also multiple actors. We work with universities, we're IGOs, international organizations that share the same interest on environmental issues. We work with local governments, we work with NGOs in different ways because we develop tools, we develop projects and initiatives. We also organize these kind of spaces where we can share knowledge and network and build our connections. So it's in many different ways that the CEC engage with people.
Muchísimas gracias, Julie. Entonces, bueno,
Thank you
eso
very
es lo que
much,
tiene que
Julie.
ver con
So that
el
has to
diseño.
do.
Y ahora me encantaría
Now, I would like
preguntarles
to
a Elizabeth
ask
y Catherine
Elizabeth and
si nos
Catherine
pudieran platicar
if
un
you
poquito más
can
sobre
go
cómo
tell us a little
funciona
bit more
la
of how the
implementación de
implementation
proyectos e
of the
iniciativas.
projects and
Y
initiatives
sobre
work,
todo, si nos pudieran
especially
platicar
if you can tell
específicamente
us specifically
cómo se ve
how
la
do you
colaboración
see
entre los
the
países
collaboration
para la
between the countries
implementación
for the
de los
implementation
proyectos.
of
Entonces
the
te paso la
projects.
palabra, Elizabeth,
So,
si
Elizabeth,
pudieras platicarnos
can you tell us
por
a little
favor.
bit?
Muchas gracias, Pepe. ¿Me escuchan?
Thank you, Pepe. Can you all hear
Un
me?
gusto estar acá. Yo quiero platicarles
I'm
sobre un
here to
proyecto que
talk
creo
to
que es
you
relevante en el
about
tema del
a
Consejo. Es
project
un
that
proyecto
is
que tiene dinero y
relevant
que se
to
llama
the
Poniendo
Council. I
la
lead it. It's
transparencia y el
called
contenido
Fostering
químico
Transparency
de
and
las cadenas de
Chemical
suministro de
Content
productos de
of
consumo.
Supply
En
Chain
este
for
proyecto
Consumption Products or
trabajo
Goods.
con un
I am
comité
working
técnico
with
de este
a
proyecto que está
committee
compuesto por
which is
expertos
formed
gubernamentales del
by
Ministerio de Ambiente
experts
de Canadá,
from
la Agencia Ambiental de
Environment
Estados
Canada,
Unidos, la
the
Semarnat y
EPA,
el INC.
Semarnat,
Con
and
ellos
INEC,
diseñamos, como bien dijo
the
Antonia,
National
un
Ecology and Climate
proyecto
Change
en el que
Institute.
nos
So we
basamos,
designed a
diseñamos algunos
project where
objetivos
we have set
y
some
junto con
objectives.
este comité
And together
técnico
with that
decidimos
committee, we
trabajar con
have
un
decided to
consultor
work
que se
with
llama
a
WSP,
consultant,
que en colaboración con la
WSP,
Universidad de
in collaboration with
Massachusetts
the
y el Instituto Lowell
Massachusetts
para la Producción
University and
Sustentable,
the Lowell
nos
Institute
ayudaron
for
a
Sustainable
implementar
Production. They've
una serie
helped us
de consultas
implement
públicas,
several
talleres
public
y un análisis en
consultations,
general para entender
workshops,
cuáles
and
son
a
las
general
prácticas,
analysis
herramientas
to
e
find
instrumentos
the
legales
tools
que
and
permiten
legal
o
mechanisms
aumentan
that
dinero y
would allow
disminuyen la
us to
transparencia en la cadena de
have
suministro. Por ejemplo,
transparency in the
algo muy
supply chain.
establecido en nuestras something that is well established in the three countries is the safety data sheets that are used to protect industry workers. But well, we have initiatives and practices and international agreements, there are also some innovations, databases, voluntary initiatives coming from the private sector, and they are implementing things that we could all implement, that we could all use. And so in this project, it's been very important to have also the private sector included. They have honored us with their presence at the workshops, at the public consultations for the interest of people and for the public to know about the tools that are available, to know the chemicals included in our products. A basic element of a circular economy is that the products that we're going to be using are safe for the environment and also for human health. And so this might seem trivial, but it's not that easy to actually know what products have. Now I pass the floor to Catherine so she can continue.
Catherine, adelante.
Merci, Pepe. It's great to be here, everyone. Good morning. So the CEC, we work on different projects in different ways. And since 2021, we've had a project on nature-based solution to address flooding in coastal cities. And as we've heard from a great panelist yesterday, so nature-based solutions can be kind of an umbrella term. There's different aspect to it. It means different things to different people. So in our case, we were quite specific. So we're talking about how a nature-based solution can reduce flood and erosion risk through the protection, restoration, and sustainable management of coastal environment, and also the construction of new features that mimic or work with ecological process. And so, as Elizabeth mentioned, we do this work with the government representative through steering committees. So in our case, we had representative from Natural Resource Canada, Housing Infrastructure and Communities Canada, Semarnat Profepa from Mexico, and NOAA, and they really help us implement the project. In this case, our objectives were to lay the foundation of the North American community of practice, to really bring the people together who are working on the topic to exchange knowledge, to help with the uptake of NBS, specifically for coastal flooding. Also to provide knowledge and tools for communities to support the uptake of NBS and NBS implementation, as well as to share practical experience. So how did we do this? We do this in several ways, but one of the main one has been the organization of a series of workshops. So we had over 95 experts from the three countries that participated, shared their great knowledge and insights, discuss case studies, identify different gaps and opportunities for the uptake of NBS in the coastal environment. So it was really through a co-design process and through the input of all those great experts that we were able to develop a set of guiding documents. So these 4 guides were on the topic of co-benefit, retrofitting existing infrastructure, and then we have 2 guides that are directly targeting monitoring. So the efficacy, how to monitor the efficacy of NBS solution, as well as proposed methodologies and indicators. These are not highly technical guides. They are more for decision makers. So it's more of a step-by-step approach. This was a gap that had been identified by the expert as a way to help with the uptake. And a great thing is that the coastal space is so dynamic, right? It's where marine and terrestrial ecosystem meet. It's also where people live, communities thrive. It's important for economical reason, for cultural reason. There's also a lot of jurisdiction. So as part of those workshops, we really had different actors at the table. We had local, state, federal government that were present. We had the private sector through engineering, environmental firms that were also present to tell us about the issues of doing the work on the ground. We also had NGOs, we had academia present, as well as indigenous representatives. So it's really a great example of how CEC bring different actors together to address a common challenge and try to move forward.
Muchísimas gracias. Muy interesante.
Thank you so much. And I think this is so interesting. I already knew it, of course, but I still find it very interesting every time I hear it. And we have heard a lot about the projects and the initiatives, but as I was saying about the different things we do, a great part of our work has to do with our grants program. And I'd like to ask Violaine to talk to us in about 5 minutes, please, about the different grants programs the Commission has to promote cooperation and support for the communities. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Pépé. Donc, bonjour tout le monde. Nous avons deux programmes de subvention à la
Yes, of course, we
Commission
have
coopération
two grants
environnementale. Donc,
programs
tout d'abord, il y a le
at the
Partenariat
CEC.
nord-américain pour l'action
First,
communautaire en environnement, le PNAACE, aussi connu
we
sous
have
l'acronyme NAPICA en anglais et en
the
espagnol.
NAPICA,
Donc, ce
North
programme existe
American
depuis
Partnership for
2010.
Environmental Community
Ça signifie
Action.
que cette année, nous
Since
célébrons le 15e
2010,
anniversaire du
that means
programme.
that
D'ailleurs, je vous invite à
we're
demeurer avec nous
celebrating the
jusqu'à la fin de la journée parce
15th
qu'il va y avoir un segment dans
anniversary
cet
of this
après-midi qui va
program.
porter
At
justement
the end
spécifiquement
of
sur le
this
15e
evening, we will
anniversaire
have a section
du
that will
PNAACE.
specifically talk
Le
about
deuxième programme de subvention que nous avons se nomme EJ
that.
for Climate.
And
Donc, il
then
porte
the
sur les questions de
second
justice environnementale
program
et de
has to
résilience
do
climatique.
with
Nous avons récemment conclu
environmental
l'exécution du
justice
projet du
and climate
quatrième et dernier
resilience. We
cycle
just
de
finished the
subvention de
fourth
ce
and
programme
final
EJ for
cycle
Climate.
of grants
En tout
for
et
this
partout,
project,
ce sont
Urging for
154 projets
Climate,
qui ont été soutenus à travers l'Amérique du
AJ for
Nord, donc
Climate.
Canada, États-Unis, Mexique,
These
via ces deux
projects were
programmes.
supported by the
Et nous
three
soutenons
parties
via ces programmes donc des projets qui
through
sont
these
développés et qui sont
programs.
menés à l'échelle locale et
And so we
communautaire,
support
qui sont
other
toujours en lien,
programs
bien
that
sûr, avec les
were carried
priorités de la
out
CCE et qui
from
répondent à des
the
questions
local
environnementales spécifiques
perspective. And
qui
thanks
sont
to the
décrites dans les
CEC,
appels de
they
proposition.
respond to
Le
specific
thème
issues that
des
are
appels de
described
proposition
in
sont
the
déterminés par un
proposals.
gouvernement,
The
souvent
different
anglophone ciblé.
topics
Au
were
secrétariat,
coming
nous sommes
from
en charge de
the
différents autres éléments en
council.
lien
At
avec
the
la gestion des
secretariat,
programmes de
we're in
subvention.
charge
Tout
of
d'abord,
different
bien sûr, on
elements
diffuse les appels de
in terms
proposition
of
sur les
managing
différentes
the
plateformes de
grants.
médias
We
sociaux de
carry
la
out
Commission,
proposals
aussi via email,
using
courriel,
the
via
CEC's
le bulletin
platform.
d'information de la Commission.
We
On
use,
reçoit
of
les
course,
demandes de
all of the
subvention,
different
on répond aux
tools,
demandes, aux questions des demandeurs.
emailing, etc.
Donc,
And
qui est
then
éligible à
we
soumettre une demande de
address
financement? Ce sont les
the
organisations qui sont
proposals
légalement
and we choose
constituées,
who's
les
eligible
établissements
to
d'enseignement, les
apply for
communautés
a
autochtones,
grant.
etc. Ensuite, on examine les demandes,
They may
toutes les
come from a
propositions qui nous
school,
sont envoyées,
from
et on dresse une
indigenous
liste très
communities,
restreinte
and
en
then
fonction des critères
we make
d'admissibilité
a
et de
very
sélection qui sont
restricted
décrits dans l'appel de proposition.
list,
Et cette
and
liste
we
restreinte de
select
projets est
a number
soumise
of
à ce qu'on
proposals,
appelle le comité de
which
sélection,
will
qui est
then be
constitué
subject to
de
the
représentants des
selection
gouvernements des trois
committee
pays, du
formed
président ou de
by
la présidente du
representatives
comité
of the three
consultatif public
countries,
mixte et du
the
directeur exécutif de la
JPAC
CCE.
president
Ensuite, le comité de
and the
sélection
CEC
formule ses
executive
recommandations qui sont
director.
envoyées au
And so
conseil
then
de
the
la
committee
CCE
makes a
et de ses
recommendation
représentants qui vont
that is
approuver
sent
finalement la
to
sélection
the
des
CEC's
projets.
council, and they will
Donc, quel
be
genre
the
de
ones to
projet est-ce qu'on
finally
va
approve
soutenir et sous
the
quels critères?
projects.
Tout
Now,
d'abord, les
and
subventions
also the
vont très
criteria
souvent
that we will
servir
follow.
à appuyer des projets pilotes
Grants
ou encore à lancer des nouvelles
normally are
initiatives.
used
C'est ce
to
qu'on va appeler du
support
seed funding.
pilot
Ou
projects
encore,
or
on va
to
soutenir
launch
une nouvelle
new
phase d'un projet qui est
initiatives,
déjà
that is
existant, un
seed
projet qui est
founding.
déjà bien implanté dans
And
une
then we can
communauté,
support
puis qui est en lien
existing
avec les règles
initiatives,
soulevées dans l'appel de proposition.
like
On va
projects that
soutenir
are
des
well
projets qui
set out,
peuvent
and
se développer
depending on
dans
the
un seul
topic,
pays,
we
au
can
Mexique, au
support
Canada, aux
projects
États-Unis, mais
that
aussi des
can
initiatives
be done by
bilatérales,
a
c'est-à-dire qui
single
vont prendre
country,
place dans
Mexico,
deux pays
Canada, or
distincts,
the US,
et même
or
parfois des
bilateral
projets
projects
trilatéraux.
carried out into
Pour ce qui est des critères de
into
sélection,
countries, or
certains sont
trilateral.
spécifiques à chaque cycle de
According to the
financement,
selection
mais il y en a aussi qui sont
criteria,
un peu plus
each
généraux.
is
Je
a
vais donc vous en
candidate
présenter quelques-uns en vous donnant des
for
exemples
each
concrets de
type.
projets qui ont été
And I
soutenus ou
have
existants.
some
Puis, je vais en profiter
examples
aussi pour
of
vous
the
donner, bien sûr,
projects
des
that
exemples
have
de projets
been
qui sont en lien avec
already
le thème de cette réunion du
implemented
Conseil, soit
or
les
supported
solutions
and that
fondées sur
are
la nature
linked
et
to
l'économie
this
circulaire. Parce que
session,
via les projets qu'on a
this
soutenus
session's
dans les
topic, which
communautés
is
au fil du temps, on a
nature-based
été capable de faire avancer ces
solutions
thématiques
and
environnementales.
circular economy.
Tout d'abord, donc, on va
So we can
généralement
push
soutenir des projets
these
qui mettent
topics
de l'avant
forward. We normally
l'implication
support
active
some
des membres de
projects
la ou des
that
communautés
are considered. And this is so important. To give you a concrete example, we had a project in the US that has to do with the forest by the Boston Food Coalition. And this project aimed to establishing forests used for the production of food. And this ensures that the project responds to certain needs and that it it can support or tackle the needs of the community, and it can also bring a sense of belonging, and it ensures that these projects will last for generations. Another example that I could give you about the different criteria that we support have to do with inspiring and innovating solutions that can be reproduced. One example is a project in Mexico, which is a strategy to strengthen climate resilience in Villahermosa. It is led by Conservación de la Biodiversidad de Usumacinta. And it is very innovative in terms of circular economy. The river has a fish, a species that is not appreciated by fishermen because it cannot be eaten. It is not normally eaten. And so with this mechanism, we work with fishermen so they can catch this fish. But it is actually a fish that can be used for domestic animals, pez diablo. I can invite you to visit our website. We have the EJ for climate projects as well. You will find the list of the projects that we have supported over time with the grants program. Thank you very much. Well, so as you can see, we have already given some of examples of the programs of the grants program. So Julie, can you please help us close this cycle of the 4 main areas that we work on, and tell us in about 3 minutes, please, about other ways the CEC can use to promote cooperation and support to North American communities.
Okay. Thank you, Pepe. It's also a great question, and to follow what Violaine said, we have also other mechanisms and tools that support communities and individuals in North America. Maybe I'll begin with what I'm actually super familiar with this a youth program, the GELP, the Generation of Environmental Leaders that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. Every year we support 3 teams from North America, 1 from each country, and they gain a mentorship during a year and a seed funding, and also they get to network with you and also meet the ministers during the council sessions such as this. So they're here today. If you want to engage with them, they have wonderful solution, and it's really a program that we're really proud of, a great way we find to support youth. And not only we support these 3 teams, but we also have support the finalists that also gain mentorship session with us. So this is a really great program that I would encourage you to look at. It usually opens in the fall, but there's also other youth programs that we have that engage individuals in North America. We have the Youth Engagement Week, which is an annual event that's aimed to include youth in the CEC's work and conversation. So the first one in 2023, they actually helped us build the youth engagement strategy. So institutionalize youth engagement within the CEC, not only for the secretariat, but also for the parties and for the JPAC, the Joint Public Advisory Committee. I should use acronyms. And also last year, they contributed to the JPAC Public Forum, which was about the Horizon 2030 initiative. And it was aiming to help us develop our next strategic plan. So youth were really involved into this discussion. But except for youth, we also have wonderful other tools that are aimed to support communities. And maybe Elizabeth will chat more about this. I don't want to put you on the spot, but we have the atlas that also organization can use. It's a North American map that people can use for research. The data is updated regularly, and we also have the PRTR, which is the pollutant release transfer registries, that also super helpful for organization that wants to know more about how to track pollutants in North America and needs the data to do their research or to fulfill their work. So these are the tools and the two programs that I wanted to mention. And I wanted also to go back to the SEM mechanism that Pepe mentioned earlier today, which is the submission for enforcement matter. It's a great mechanism for individuals because it allows individuals and organizations in North America to submit a submission when they identify that the environmental legislation might not have been enforced within their region. For that, they can submit. So as I mentioned, the submission, and the CEC reviews it, and then they can share it with the parties or the country that the environmental legislation is about. And then this organization or this individual can actually have answers on why this law is not enforced properly. So and I encourage you to come to talk with Esteban and Paolo, who were on stage yesterday and who will be with us this afternoon, on how to submit a submission. There's actually since the commission has been created, there was over 40 submissions that were created, and a lot of them helped organization and individual get a response for the government or better knowledge on how environmental legislation can work. So yeah, that's pretty much what I would say.
Muchas gracias, Julie. Bueno, pues entonces la idea de esta primera
The
sesión
idea of this first session was to tell you a little bit more about how we design and how we implement projects and initiatives, and what other tools do we have to promote participation, our mechanism and our subsidy program, and how we work. And we would like to open a space of questions and answers. Yadira will be with the microphone for any questions that we have here in the room. We will also have virtual questions. I'm going to check my phone to see if I have any questions. And we also have a QR code where you can, if somebody's here, if you can send your question through there, you can do it.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Macario
Good morning. My name is
Organización
Macario Hernandez from Hidalgo,
Indígena.
indigenous community.
Creo que para nosotros,
I think that for us,
hemos sido
we have been
un movimiento
a movement
de pueblos originarios
of indigenous
en su
communities.
conjunto. Somos una región altamente
We are a region.
fueron tiempos
These
donde
were times
fue un
where
rezago social.
it was a social
Nuestro problema
delay.
central ha sido
Our
siempre
central program, our
preocupación
central
comunidades
problem has always been
indígenas.
that the indigenous
Tenemos
communities
una
have
carencia de alimentos.
lack of food.
Hoy por hoy,
Nowadays,
comunidades
the
indígenas
indigenous
tenemos
communities
problemas de
have
acceso a los
problems
alimentos.
to have access, we have problems for accessing food because of a series of issues and consequences that we are experiencing nowadays. Because our land, our agriculture is monocrops. That product of monocrops does not give us the productivity that we require for a healthy and nutritional food. So this is why we have a few proposals. We have a few projects and plans, and we have looked for it because we have considered that nowadays the use of the agrotoxics, the application of chemicals in the field depletes the soil. It contaminates the water. It affects the atmosphere, the molecules of the agrotoxics travel kilometers, and they affect the environment. Productivity goes down of our development. So our economy is stuck. That process of circular economy, it breaks the chain because we don't have any productivity that we need and we require. And besides that, we contaminate water. Besides that, the products and the basic grain for human use, basically maize, are highly contaminated. I believe that there are data, more than 50% of what we use in Mexico of food are imported, transgenic seeds. Who is going to solve this issue? Who is going to say, this is a route of how we, the indigenous communities, how can we live better? What do we have now? Right now, we have a program. We want to start a regional program in several regions of the country with climate characteristics. In the modules or facilities of sustainable production of food sovereignty, a model of that nature that would include self-sustainability, recovery of circular economy, to produce healthy foods, to manufacture organic compost, to manufacture organic foliage, to organize solar energy, to harvest rainwater, and to have a production system which is highly sustainable. Our concern, who is going to feed the world, more than 800 million humans? Who is going to feed Mexico with 130 million Mexicans? That is why that is our concern. And we want to establish a bank of seed bank, and we want that native maize in Mexico, which is the country of origin, would be recognized as a cultural patrimony of humanity before UNESCO. It's a proposal as indigenous communities. We are proposing in the different Congress in the states so that they can provide support and we can yell for a better environment, healthy, to clean the air, to clean the water, to recover the productivity, and above all, to have a better production conditions. This presentation, we already have in a breakdown, which is the national program for the production of foods, of self-sustainability, to recover the circular economy and to have products and foods for everybody and healthy. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor Macario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macario.
No sé si hay alguna de mis compañeras
If
tuviera
does
algún
any of my
comentario
colleagues want to make a comment
participación de nuestro colega
regarding
Macario?
Macario's comments?
Sí, adelante.
Yes.
Si me permites, Pepe, gracias. Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you
señor, por
very much
compartir con nosotros
for
esta
sharing
iniciativa.
with us your
Es realmente
initiative.
importante la soberanía
This
alimentaria, como usted
food
señala,
sovereignty is
y
very
quería
important, like you
felicitarla
mentioned,
por el
and
trabajo
I
que está
want to
haciendo. Espero
congratulate
que
you
sea
for the work you're
replicable
doing.
y que
I
tengan
hope that it's
éxito.
profitable and that
Principalmente
you
de
are
eso felicitarle.
successful.
Muchas gracias, Antonia.
Thank you, Antonia.
¿Tenemos alguna otra pregunta?
Do we have any
Adelante,
other
Jan.
questions?
Gracias. Buenos días, yo soy
Good morning.
Castañeda, trabajo en
Itzal
el World
Castañeda.
Resources Institute en México.
I work
Soy
in
la
Mexico.
encargada
I
del
am in
área de
charge of the
género e
area
inclusión social.
of
Y en ese
gender and
sentido va
social
mi
inclusion.
pregunta.
And this is my
Yo quiero saber
question.
si los
I want to
proyectos e
know if the
iniciativas
projects and
tienen
initiatives
un mandato
have a
para incluir
mandate
la
to
dimensión de
include
género
the
y
dimension
la
of
inclusión
gender
social
and
en su
social inclusion
formulación, en su
in its
implementación y
formulation
en su
and its
evaluación. Si tienen
implementation
la
and
CCA alguna
evaluation. And
política
if the
o
CC
alguna
has a
estrategia que
policy or
mandate
a
en
strategy
este sentido.
that they
Excelente
can work
pregunta. Muchas
in this
gracias por la
sense.
pregunta.
Thank you very much for your question.
Colegas, ¿alguna de ustedes quiere
Does
responder?
anyone want to answer? Colleagues?
Sí, adelante, Elizabeth.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Hola, Aisha, ¿qué tal?
Hello.
Pues cada que hacemos una
Every
descripción del
time that
proyecto
we make
junto
a
con nuestro
description of the
comité
project
pivote, hay preguntas
together with our
específicas
committee,
que
there are specific
en donde
questions
se
where
toman en cuenta
we take
cuestiones de
into
género y cuestiones
consideration
de inclusión
gender
social.
and social
Por ejemplo,
inclusion.
en la
For
iniciativa de
example,
calidad del
in the
aire
air
y de
quality
monitoreo
initiative
comunitario,
and
este
community
es un tema
monitoring,
central.
it's a central
Trabajamos
topic,
con
and we work
comunidades
with
indígenas en
communities,
Puebla, donde el
with
principal
indigenous
problema
communities in Puebla,
pues
where the
lo
main
lleva la
problem,
carga las mujeres, los
the
niños y los
women
ancianos,
and
de
the
estar
elders and
respirando
the
un aumento
children
de sus
are the
hogares.
ones that have the greatest
También
problems
en el proyecto
because
que
they
platiqué
breathe
sobre la cadena de
contamination.
suministros,
And
uno
also,
de
I
los
talked about the supply chain.
casos de estudio que
And
hicimos
one
es
of the
sobre
case studies that we
cosméticos,
did
porque mucha
was
carga
about costs,
de la toxicidad
because a
la
lot of
llevamos las
the
mujeres.
toxicity
Hace
is
poco, por parte de nuestra
is
líder
carried by women.
de resiliencia comunitaria, se hizo un
Our
webinar
leader of
sobre
community engagement
este tipo de cosas de
saw
la
into this
toxicidad
thing,
de los
this type of things,
productos
the
en
toxicity of
el consumo de las
products,
mujeres, y
for
fue
example, in women.
muy
And
interesante,
it
aquí
was
está
very,
Frida,
very
que nos ayudó a
interesting.
organizarlo,
And
y
Frida
todo
is
está en
here.
nuestra
She
página
helped
web y
us.
les invitamos a
Everything is in
consultarlo.
our
No
website,
sé si alguien más tenga alguna.
if you want to look at it.
Sí, bueno, yo podría agregar que a través
I
del
could
tiempo
add
hemos
that
apoyado
through time,
muchísimos
we have helped
proyectos que
a
tienen
lot
que
of
ver con
projects that have to
el
do
empoderamiento de
with
las mujeres, por
empowerment of
ejemplo, la
women. For
participación de los
example,
jóvenes.
the
Estaba
participation
hablando
of
de estos
youth. I
criterios
was
más
talking
generales,
about more
bueno, que
general
tienen que tener los
terms.
proyectos que
The
apoyemos.
projects that we
Bueno,
support,
la participación muy activa de las
very active
mujeres es
participation
uno
of
de ellos.
women
No es decir
is
que
one of
todos los
them.
proyectos
It
que
doesn't mean that
apoyamos
all the projects that
tienen
we
que ver con
support
la participación de las mujeres, pero
have to do
muchos de
with
ellos,
women's
porque
participation, but
sabemos
many of
y
them
lo
do,
podemos ver que
because we
hay
know and we can
increíbles
see that there
iniciativas
are
que
incredible
se están tomando ya
initiatives
de
that
este
we
lado.
are taking on this side.
Gracias.
Thank
Muchas
you.
gracias, Violen. Sí, Julie, ¿tienes
Thank you. Julie?
Oh, yes, okay. And maybe just to
Y
give a final answer on your question, even internally and externally, we do track and make sure to engage North American individual in their diversity. So internally, we have what we call a JEDI, a strategy that the teams were implicated on, and we have to work internally to keep being updated on how to be inclusive and make sure to include the diversity of North American individual. And externally, that's also something that we try and make sure that we support different communities that I mentioned youth, but also women, also indigenous peoples, and I have the chance of working in a team in outreach and engagement. So it's our job to make sure that everyone can feel connected to the CEC and can participate in our event or that our materials and what we share is accessible also for people. So, and Pepe make sure has a planning and performance that we track and make sure that these people have a space to engage with the CEC in different ways, whereas in the initiative, in the projects, or more generally, to have access to our space and be able to share their opinions and contribute to CEC's work. So.
Muchas gracias, Julie. Vamos un
Thank you
poquito
very
con el
much,
tiempo
Julie.
encima con las
We are a little
preguntas,
bit behind on
pero sí me
time with
gustaría
questions,
dejar
but
esta pregunta
I would
sin
like
contestar.
to
Entonces, pediría
answer
muy
this question.
respetuosamente si pudiéramos
So
hacer
I
la
would
pregunta lo
respectfully
más concreta
answer.
posible, porque también tenemos
I would
que terminar
respectfully
en línea y
ask
al
you
menos me gustaría
to
poder
make a
responder
very
ahora.
concrete
Muchas
question
gracias.
in order to answer more questions. Thank you.
Soy Gilberto Pozo Montú, de Conservación
Gilberto
del Área
Pozo
Biodiversidad
Mortud,
de Usumacinta.
the Umacinta
La
Conservation.
pregunta es, ¿tienen pensado en algún
Have you
momento
thought in a given
hacer
moment
una
to
interacción entre los
make an
diferentes proyectos que
interaction
han
with the
apoyado
different
o
projects
están
that you have
vigentes por parte de
supported
la
or
CCA
that enforce in
con
the
el
CEC
fin de
in order
poderlos
to be
interrelacionar?
able
Porque, por
to
ejemplo, nosotros,
interrelate them? Because, for example,
el proyecto
our
no es
project
piloto, ya
is
estamos
not a pilot project.
implementando y
We
tenemos
already
ahora
implementing, and now we have
problemáticas de escalamiento.
problems
Por ejemplo,
scaling
ahorita que escuché al compañero que tienen
when
problemas de
scalable
alimentación,
projects. I heard
pues
about the
nos hace
food
falta
problems, and
consumidores de nuestro
so we
producto,
need
que
consumers of
técnicamente es
our
diablo.
product,
Entonces,
which is the devil
pensar
fish
en alguna
fillet.
interacción o alguna
So
solución
in an
para que
interaction, a
las
solution,
iniciativas de
so
economía
that the
circular
circular economy
puedan
initiatives
potencializarse y alcanzar
can
mercados
reach
y poder
markets
crecer y
and
tener
be able
viabilidad
to
a largo
grow
plazo.
and
Gracias.
have
Muchas
feasibility, long-term
gracias.
feasibility. Thank you.
¿Alguna de mis colegas quisiera responder?
Does anybody want to answer?
Bueno, yo lo que
Okay.
diría, ¿sí? ¿Alguien iba a responder? ¿No? Yo lo que diría es,
What I would say
lo que estamos
is
haciendo
what we're
ahorita
doing right
es un
now
ejercicio de
is
planeación
a
para nuestro
planning
siguiente plan
exercise
estratégico.
for our
Estamos
next
haciendo un trabajo de
strategic plan.
investigación sobre lo que
We are
estamos
doing
haciendo
research
actualmente en la
on what we
comisión,
are doing
lo que ha
right now at
funcionado,
the
pero también lo
commission,
que se
what
necesita.
has
Estamos
worked,
haciendo
and what we
trabajo muy, muy
need.
fuerte,
We
tanto en
have very
investigación como en
strong work in
participación
research,
con
as well
expertos
as
de los tres países,
participation
tanto
with
de los
experts from
gobiernos
the three
federales,
countries,
algunos
from the federal
gobiernos
government,
estatales,
some
locales
state
y
governments and
también
local governments,
académicos,
and also
ONGs. Estamos haciendo realmente
academia,
un trabajo
NGOs.
muy
We are doing
exhaustivo
a very
de traer
exhaustive work,
distintas voces y
and
planear
what
los
we're
siguientes
doing is
5
to
años. Y
plan
dentro
our
de ese
next five
proceso de
years.
planeación,
In that
estamos haciendo este ejercicio que
planning
usted
process,
comenta
we're
de
doing
analizar
this
cuáles han
exercise
sido
that
los
you mentioned,
resultados de nuestro
to
proyecto
analyze the
para
results of
tratar de
our
también
projects in
utilizar
order
esos
to
resultados, no
try and
dejar
use all the
acciones
results,
aisladas, ¿no?
not to
Sino
leave
tratar de
solutions,
maximizar los
isolated
conocimientos que
solutions,
resultan de cada
but
uno de
to
estos
include
proyectos
everything
para
in our
diseñar un
projects
plan
in order
a
to
futuro.
design a future
Entonces, muchas
plan.
gracias
So
por la
thank you very
pregunta.
much for your question.
Me adelanto, vamos a tener una sesión
Now we're going to
de
have
networking
a
más adelante.
networking
Con muchísimo
session
gusto,
later on,
estaremos encantados de
and we will
continuar
be more than happy to continue
la plática.
with our
Entonces, nada más me gustaría
conversations.
hacerle una pregunta a
So now
Violén.
I
Violén,
would
tienes
like to
una
ask a
pregunta
question to Violén.
que puedes responder
Violén, this
muy,
is a
muy, muy
question that
rápido
you can ask
desde
very, very
nuestro
fast
colega Roberto Bonilla,
from our colleague
que es
Roberto
una
Bonilla.
reserva
And
indígena
an indigenous
puede ser
reserve,
elegible
can it
para
be
sus programas de
eligible for
subvenciones.
your subsidy programs?
Es una muy buena pregunta. Bueno, como lo
That is a
mencionaba
very good
antes,
question. Like I mentioned before,
habitualmente las organizaciones que
usually
son
the
elegibles a aplicar a
organizations
los
that are
programas de subvenciones
eligible
son
for
organizaciones que
subsidies
están
are organizations that
legalmente
are legally
constituidas.
constituted.
Entonces, si
So
es el caso de una
if that
reserva, si
is
la
a case
reserva
of a
tiene
reserve,
alguna
if the reserve has
constituida
is constituted,
legalmente,
is legally
eso
constituted,
podría ser
that
posible.
could be possible.
Si no,
If
podría
not,
aplicar quizás a través
maybe
de una
they could
ONG,
apply
otra
through an
organización que
NGO
tiene una
or
organización
another
con quien están
organization
colaborando, por
or
supuesto.
who they are working
Podrían
with.
aplicar con
They
ellos.
can
Esos
apply
son
with
casos que
them.
hemos visto mucho. Pero en
So
todos
those are the
casos,
cases that we
lo
have seen a
que
lot.
les invito a
But
hacer es
in any
poder
case, what I
comunicarse con
invite you
nosotros,
to do
conmigo en este
is
caso,
to get in touch
para
with
que yo
me
pueda guiarlos a
so that I
través de
can
este
guide you
proceso ya
through this
de aplicación.
Muchísimas gracias,
application
Violén.
process.
Al final vamos a tener
Thank you
un
very much,
espacio de
Violent.
preguntas y respuestas y les
We will have
repito,
another space
tendremos
for
el
questions
siguiente
and
espacio
answers, and
de
then we
networking para
will have
continuar la plática.
another
Pero ahorita nos
space to
gustaría
continue
pasar a
our
la siguiente
conversation.
sesión
Now
de
we will go
preguntas a
to
mis
the
colegas
next
y podemos empezar
session
platicando un
of
poquito más de
questions.
cuál es el
what is the impact? What is the impact of the Commission? How do you see in real life the benefits that there is cooperative work, trinational work? Elizabeth, can you tell us what is the value of carrying out a project, a trinational project? What are the advantages of this element, a regional element? Thank you very much, Pepe. And I would like to continue with the project of transparency in supply chains. This is an example of the importance of working at trinational level. Our borders, we cannot deny that our borders cross thousands of products and thousands of chemicals. Each country, depending on the capabilities, use, priorities, has a way of analyzing the risks and analyzing the chemicals that they import or the concerned chemicals. So each jurisdiction requests certain transparency requirements depending on the sector or the product that they have. To be able to put in this project together with the workshops, it's more than 1,000 projects or voluntary that put in evidence all the variety of possibilities that could be in the consumer to understand what are the risks and what are the more secure options for use. The fact that we work at a trinational level allows us to build on what has been carried out in other countries. In this sense, for example, one of the pilot initiatives at the Commission is the PRTR. This is a database of all the contaminants and emissions of the facilities that have to do it legally, where the CEC makes available all the provisions or the emissions to the atmosphere, emissions to third parties, and it allows for any person to see what facility or what industrial plant is emitting what and where that emission is going. So, for example, at maybe at the United States level, maybe the citizens can consult their own database. But for example, if we have databases, if we have joint basins, water basins or watersheds, if they don't have a physical border or watersheds, shared watersheds, to look for solutions that generate plants in Mexico or Canada. These are things that are very valuable. And this is an example of transnational cooperation and the value that this institution has. Likewise, the North American Atlas Project allows that at a regional level, we can consult all the geographic information harmonized in the three countries, and it allows to have a broader vision. That is an example of why it is important to work in the three countries and why it is important beyond the political differences and priorities to continue working in collaboration and because we share and a border.
Thank you. Antonia and Catherine, can you tell us about the strengths the Commission has in order to work specifically on the topics that we're discussing today, which is circular economy and nature-based solutions? Can we start with you, Antonia? Yes. Thank you, Pepe. Following up on what Elizabeth told us, which was very good, I think that the trinational nature is the first and the main reason why we are so privileged to be able to further circular economy in the region. With the current projects, transparency in supply chain, recycling, in plastic, bioplastic, and paper waste, and another initiative about circularity in electronics. Those are some of the projects, but there are many others that are contributing one way or the other to circular economy in a cross-cutting way. And they are a starting point from which we can move forward. And the progress in knowledge, the status of circularity in the products, knowledge about the barriers and opportunities. And on the other hand, which is still important, the creation of solid connections between the CEC and different actors in terms of research, industry, local governments, among others. And I want to talk about the work of the Secretariat with the private sector, and to mention our colleague Samantha Gagnon, whose work was shown yesterday at JPAC's public section, and the collaboration she and her team has with authorities was proven in the panel that we had yesterday about circular economy. So I think that reinforces the promotion of circular economy in the region. Antonia, Catherine?
Indeed, I think on the nature-based solutions side, it's as my colleagues said, we have so much knowledge. Each country are working on different aspect of the topic. Communities in the 3 countries, coastal communities, are also experiencing increased flood risk. And we can go faster and be better if we all work together. So it all goes back to that knowledge exchange, working together. The CEC has been working on coastal, marine, terrestrial, environmental issues for over 30 years. We have big networks of people, of actors that we have worked with, whether it's for blue carbon, climate adaptation, community resilience. And so we're a great platform to be able to reach out to all these great experts to really try to find solutions to the challenges that we are facing and make sure that our communities are resilient and that it benefits nature and people.
Muchísimas gracias, Catherine. Y sigo con ustedes.
Thank you, Catherine. And I will continue with you too, Antonia and Catherine. Can you share with us what is your favorite example of a project or a initiative where the CEC has generated some value for the communities and that they're currently using or implementing, or that you have witnessed that this strengthened the communities? So let's start with you, Antonia. Thank you, Jose. I would say that my favorite project would be a campaign to raise awareness under the 2019-2020 strategic plan for the youth, centered on preventing food waste. We centered in 3 places: Mérida, the state of Yucatan in Mexico, in Canada, Montreal, and in the US, the Olympic Peninsula. Among other activities, we carried out, we made 3 videos that you will be able to watch at the networking space if you wish to. And they're based on 3 concrete activities of the action kit, Food Matters. If you're interested, we can see it together during the networking session. And also, to support this campaign, we made these leaflets for the youth and children, specifically for the state of Yucatan in both Spanish and Maya. And the beauty of this, of being able to do this, is a beauty, and we're so glad to have been able to work with this community. We have participated in many webinars with teachers And the best thing is that these were very practical because they would explain the activities in the kit. And in one of the webinars with the teachers, 3 members of the secretariat and their own children were doing the activity. So that was very fun. It had a lot of impact and it really inspired the teachers that were listening. And the support that we had for the distribution of the material, the leaflets, by Merida's municipality, DIF, and Sustainable Development Secretariat was amazing. And so this material reached many schools and school cafeterias, these and some banners in Spanish and in Mayan language. And so the access to this material was very easy for children. And this was during the pandemic. So for some time, this material was also taken to children at home in rural areas, because in those areas, there's no internet access necessarily. So having this in paper was really useful for children to be able to learn, and they could draw and write. And apparently that was really nice. We received some pictures from schools doing the activities with the children, making competitions to see who would do it better. And it was very nice. And in the 3 countries, we made a social media campaign with mothers and young influencers, because it's amazing the reach these young mothers who are influencers have. So that was amazing. Thank you, Antonia. Catherine?
Yes, thank you. I hope that next year I can be on the panel answering this question, saying how our guides help the uptake of NBS across North America, but that was a bit too recent. So an example I would like to share with everyone here today is some of our work on reducing marine litter. So for the past few years, the CC had a series of projects that focused really on marine litter. So there were some projects focusing more on the coastal zone and then also more inland communities. As you may or may not be aware, but most of the litter found in the ocean comes from inland, come from the people living on land, and most of it is plastic. And so through different projects, the CC developed guides for community engagement to help mobilize community so that they can organize different type of activities to raise public awareness, do cleanups, do local action plans to reduce waste. We've also developed I find it really cool. So a great public awareness campaign toolkit. So this is material that was created with experts from the 3 countries that's applicable, that's relatable to communities in the 3 countries and that can be used by anyone. It's free and available in the 3 languages, in French, English, and Spanish, and it's called Last Stop the Ocean. So there's a website to provide some content really to raise awareness on the flow of marine litter from inland to the coast, and just provide simple steps. What can people actually do to help address this issue? And so as part of this project and this campaign, we have the image right now. So we had 3 pilot cities in Mexico, US, and Canada, where there was actually booms that were installed, or different type of marine litter capture trapping device that were installed. And we worked with local communities to develop local action plans to raise awareness and to use the public awareness material. And so that was really great to see the interest and the engagement in the 3 countries, here again in Toronto, with our partner, the University of Toronto. And also that we saw in the last year that the Last Stop the Ocean campaign material was actually used in Toronto in the subway and in his bus shelter. And the US, they also use it in billboards and on bus. They had tote bags to really help spread the message. And I think a big part of our work is linked to behavioral change. We're seeing it more and more, and the importance of raising awareness and providing simple steps that people can do in their daily life to help address challenge, to improve our environment. and also empower them to take action. So that's a great project that I was really interested in. A second one that I'm less familiar, but I think is also very interesting, is our Ghost Gear project. So over the last few years, the CEC has been working with a great partner, the Oceans Conservancy, on Ghost Gear, which is abandoned, discarded, lost fishing gear. And as part of this project, they actually removed a ghost gear that was in a bay in Mexico that has been left there for decades or in several years, catching, fish and so on. So that was a great example of a CEC project on the ground that made an impact for a community. And you should come and see us in the networking session to know more about this project. It's amazing. There's a lot of work that's being done with local fishermen, but also thinking about circular economy. What do we do with these nets once that we remove them from the water? So some great work is being done to pilot different method to reuse those material and have a loop.
Muchísimas gracias, Catherine. Se nos está viniendo el tiempo.
We're running out of time, and I would like to have a last session of questions and answers. I would like to ask you if you can answer this question as briefly as possible. And the question is, if you could tell us what would you like for people to know about the Commission? And or if you can tell us or give us some examples of the most recent initiatives here at the Commission. Antonia, in order not to break tradition, I was going to propose to start on the other extreme, on the other end. Julie?
Buenas preguntas. I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'm sorry. I thought I was ready, but I think I'm not. You asked two interesting questions. I'm probably going to first share what I wish people would know about what the CEC does. And I think it's that there's many spaces in which us at the CEC Secretariat, but also the JPAC members and the TKEG, so the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group, wants to engage with you and needs you to engage with us to influence our action, our work. So I would say, keep looking for these spaces. We have many workshops on many different topics. We have events like this. Your contribution and in consultation is really valuable, so that, as you know, the CEC is not a decision-making space. Here at the Secretariat, we don't make the decision, but we implement what the three countries want to work on. So your contribution to the CEC's work is valuable on how we're going to implement the initiative and the project really well. And so there's not only these initiatives and this project, but there's also, as I mentioned, so that there's the grants that Violaine shared. We have also the youth program. We work with the private sector. So the CEC is not only three governments. It's, as I mentioned before, it's a diversity of factors that support our work. And there's one program I didn't mention and that we're really proud of. It's the Monarch Blitz, International Monarch Blitz. So it's a citizen science program. It's really, and it's my colleague, Eleonore Fasilla, that leads this program. And it's also a really good example of tri-national cooperation, and that my colleagues mentioned earlier. So we work with two organizations from Canada, two from Mexico, and four from the US to offer programs to the public, individuals, organization, for them to track monarchs and their habitat. And then we collect this data, and it allows scientists to actually evaluate how the monarch population is and build conservation effort or request conservation effort. Because, as you see everywhere the monarch butterfly is our emblem. So it's our flagship program that we've been leading for almost 10 years now. So yes, I encourage you. It's now actually. So if you want to make observation, see if you see monarchs around yourself, and just help the scientists and share the data with us, please feel free, and we can chat a little bit more about this program in the networking space later. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Julie. Entonces,
Thank you very much, Julie. If you agree and to respect the time, the question and answer time, we will start with this session of questions and answers, and we will have this space in the networking if we don't answer all the questions.
Thank you for the presentation.
Gracias por la presentación.
And from what we've learned, it appears you have your internal mechanisms as to how you select organizations to work with you. But it will be difficult for us to make, or for us to give you some points to consider. But however, remember your partners have different strengths and weaknesses. And take this on board whilst you select them for projects and opportunities. Because if you help to build their capacities, at the end of the day, it's easier for them to deliver and then be able to help you accomplish the goals of the CEC. So my plea, therefore, is remember the strengths of the organizations, and then consider that why you distribute grants and opportunities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por la participación. ¿Hay alguna...
Thank you for your participation. Do you have any answers? Colleagues, do you have any answers? Thank you for your question. And I think that the question is very relevant because we have many needs. In the case of the community air monitoring program, for example, in the pilot project, we have experts from each one of the environmental agencies of the countries, and they guide us with regards to the topics and the places where there are priorities. For example, in Mexico, there was a gap of information in rural areas to use firewood as the main fuel. And on that, the CEC sent role players and community-based organizations that had presence in the territory, and that would help us to carry out this project. And obviously, for example, in the United States, we work with Cinco del Valle Committee that they already had been working very hard on community projects, and that allowed us that other communities that we selected would be benefited with everything that they have implemented. And in the case of Canada, they wanted to work in the border area and in an area with industry. And it was very easy to make the selection because we work in the Sarnia area with the First Nation Anjanan that has been recognized as an organization, as a community that is concerned, that is very concerned, very insistently regarding the health and the air quality in their territory. They have problems with benzene. It's a situation where they're in the middle of petrochemical project, which is very large, and with the guide of the experts, the government experts, and the topics that they want to discuss, we make invitations. and obviously to invite people to invite the communities to develop an action plan, to get involved, to have the capability, what they're missing, so that we can continue working in this type of questions and projects. But evidently, this is a very difficult process. Like Julie said, we cannot decide. It's like a consensus together with the committee made up of experts of the three countries. Thank you. I would like to answer a question, a virtual question. I think it's for Violén. Are there research subsidies so that the academia can be associated with indigenous communities to implement nature-based solutions?
Oui, donc, comme je l'ai mentionné tout à l'heure, les institutions d'enseignement sont éligibles.
The teaching institutions are eligible, of course, our financing programs.
Et puis, très souvent, donc,
and very frequently, these are projects that we have supported and we have seen, and that have a teaching facility that was working closely with indigenous communities in order to advance in different initiatives. Of course, it is important to feel that the indigenous community was clearly co-designed, co-built, and we have to see that it responds to the needs, and the communities ask for support letters, and to have societies between the indigenous communities. Here we are talking about research work. We do not support work that is mainly academia. These are projects that should have a concrete impact, measurable in actions that are perfectly measurable and that will be carried out in the communities. Many times we see projects that come and play with the academia for research, but with actions, impacts, results, tangible results, and measurable results. I hope that I answered your question.
Sí, Yadira, yo creo que tomamos esta como la última pregunta y de todas maneras, como dije ya varias veces, podemos seguir platicando.
We can continue talking, but if we can go to the networking later. This is a question. In the three countries, Mexico, United States, and Canada, the 70% of the energy depends on fossil fuels, specifically hydrocarbons. The industrial sector is the greater consumer. 60% of the use from this matrix. Only electric energy represents 25%, and the rest is natural gas and some other energy. Question: how can we propose a grant or a subsidy in order to be able to identify a hallmark to reduce emissions in these sectors? Because this cannot be complemented with nature-based solutions, like in the case of electricity, but it refers to thermal energy for industrial processes, which are the ones that have the majority of the carbon footprint. And this has very specific requirements from the electric sector. Thank you. Julien, do you want to answer?
Donc, simplement pour m'assurer que je comprends bien la question, donc ce serait de voir comment
I understand the question very well. How can we support a request or explore all the decarbonization? I think that it would be a project that would be from the private sector, and we do not support that in the programs of subsidy. We talk about local projects. So here we are at another scale, but it's not impossible to have projects, like I said, that are developed in the community, which in the end is one of the elements among all the elements that can be implemented to fix all these issues, all these environmental issues. But just to give you an order of ideas, the projects that we will support, we will give between $100,000 to $200,000 for the projects that we support. This is an initiative that maybe would be a greater scale, more important scale. So we can not subsidize that in our subsidy program. It's a net cloud of words. If you can take out your cell phones, and we will put in the screen, if God willing, a QR code in which, blessed be God, we were able to project it. Could you add a word that you have for this panel regarding the value of the CEC? I can give you some suggestions because of the notes that I have taken. I take as conclusions that in our project design and initiatives, there is a strong collaboration from experts of the three countries. Our capability of adjusting a project and during the implementation, adapting to the needs of the three countries and the elements of the Commission, and the different ways and moments in which we integrate the public interest, strengthening governance in North America. While Julie mentioned the different sectors and role players with whom we work, the public sector, youth, indigenous communities, representatives, academia, organizations from the civil organizations, local governments, etc. Concrete examples of nature-based solutions and circular economy, where we have the agreement between the three countries and spaces that the Commission opens where we do transfer of knowledge, co-creation. We listen to a number of role players. Happy birthday, number 15, focused on resiliency and environmental issues, and programs to include youth in the work of the Commission. I already mentioned all the ones that we have and the different tools that we have for decision-making, research, and those that are dedicated to carry out public policies, like information regarding contaminants, the SEM petitions to emphasize that, and our expert group on traditional ecological knowledge expert group. These are the notes that I took, from the contribution of our panelists. And after thanking all of you for your interest and invite you to continue this talking, I would like to thank you for sharing all your knowledge, all your experience in the Commission, and to remind you that we have this networking space where we can continue talking and exploring ways of collaboration and to continue working together. On my behalf, I would like, I love the word collaboration. I like that it's in the center, cooperation, effective cooperation, integration. So I'm very happy of how this panel took place. Thank you very much for your interest, and we will continue talking. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes a todas, a todos. Qué honor iniciar la sesión pública del Consejo y este vínculo que hay con la sociedad civil, con el Consejo de América del Norte, Consejo de Cooperación Ambiental. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. El tema central de esta sesión pública es el vínculo entre la economía circular y las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Y esto se basa fundamentalmente en la regla 4.1 del reglamento del Consejo, que es el órgano rector de esta comisión, en donde siempre que se reúne se llevan a cabo sesiones públicas durante el desarrollo de nuestras sesiones ordinarias. Y por ello, para mí es un gran honor darles la más cordial bienvenida a esta Ciudad de México, en donde hemos celebrado sesiones muy sustantivas en esta 32ª sesión del Consejo de la Comisión para la Cooperación Ambiental. Y esta sesión pública representa una gran oportunidad para renovar nuestro compromiso trilateral con la protección del medio ambiente, el diálogo transparente y la participación
transparent
ciudadana.
dialogue
Por
and
eso quiero
citizen
agradecer muy
participation.
especialmente
And
la
this is why I want to
participación de
thank
nuestros socios, nuestros
especially
queridos
for the
representantes
participation of
de
our
Canadá,
partners
Michael
from
Buncer,
Canada,
viceministro
Michael
adjunto
Buncer,
asociado del
Associate
Ministerio de
Vice
Medio Ambiente y
Minister
Cambio Climático
of
de Canadá.
Canada,
Bienvenido, Michael,
of
a esta
Environment
sesión tan
Canada. So
importantísima.
welcome, my
Quiero
dear
darle la más
Michael,
cordial
to
bienvenida
such important
a Usha Turner,
session. Usha
asesora
Turner,
principal de Asuntos
main
Internacionales y Tribales de
associate
la Agencia
of
de Protección
international
Ambiental
affairs
de la Agencia
and
de
tribal
Protección
affairs
Ambiental de
of
Estados
the
Unidos y desde
EPA,
luego a toda la
and
sociedad
of
civil, al
course,
sector
the civil
académico, a los
society,
jóvenes, a
the
los
academia,
representantes de los pueblos indígenas
representatives of
y de las
indigenous
comunidades locales,
peoples
cuya
and
voz y
local
experiencia
communities
enriquecen
whose voice
profundamente
and
nuestra agenda
experience
ambiental común.
enrich our
Tenemos
shared
varios temas
environmental
a
agenda.
presentar y
We
para
have several
dialogar,
topics
pero
to
antes de pasar a las
discuss
actividades programadas
today,
para
but
este
before
día,
going to
vamos a
our
presentarles
agenda,
un video muy
we would
breve
like
de la
to
ministra
show
de Medio
you
Ambiente y Cambio
a
Climático
video
de Canadá,
from
Julie
Canada's
Galassi, que no nos pudo acompañar
environmental
en esta sesión,
minister,
pero quienes
Julie
nos ha
Gabassi,
enviado un
who
muy
was not
atento
able to
saludo.
come,
Así es que lo
but
vamos a
she has sent
proyectar
her
inmediatamente.
greetings.
Y a
So we will be
continuación de este
showing
video,
this.
me
And
complace
after this
darle la
video,
palabra al
I am
director
pleased to
ejecutivo
give
de
the
la
floor
Comisión para la
to
Cooperación Ambiental,
the
Daniel
executive
Taillán,
director of,
para que nos
of the
presente las
CEC, Daniel
actividades con las
Tayan,
que
so
iniciaremos
he
esta
can
sesión
introduce
y quien va a
the
conducir
topics that we will
los
be
siguientes
discussing
momentos de esta sesión
and
pública.
who will
Muchas
be in
gracias a
charge of
todas y a todos.
moderating the
Sean
next
todos
part of
muy
this
bienvenidos
meeting.
y bueno,
Thank you for
que
joining
inicie
us.
la
Be
sesión.
very welcome, and let's begin our session.
Hi, everyone. While I was not able to join you in person, I want to thank our hosts, Mexico and the CEC Secretariat, for organizing this 32nd Council session. And I would also like to thank the Joint Public Advisory Committee, the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group, the youth of the Generation of Environmental Leaders program, and the entire Canadian delegation for being part of this important conversation. Canada is proud to work through the CEC to conserve, protect, and enhance our shared North American environment while promoting sustainable economic development. Depuis sa création, la Commission a mis en œuvre plus de 250 initiatives qui permettent de réaliser des progrès concrets pour le bien de l'environnement. Au cours de la dernière année seulement, nous avons constaté des résultats impressionnants. Nous avons vu comment, au Canada, au Mexique et aux États-Unis, des partenaires locaux ont profité de la campagne Dernier arrêt, l'océan. Nous avons également vu comment 9 communautés éloignées de partout en Amérique du Nord ont cherché des façons de faire progresser des projets d'énergie solaire en vue d'adopter des solutions énergétiques communautaires. Canada fully supports this year's focus on circular economy and nature-based solutions. Both are key priorities for us that we look forward to working on with our North American partners. Finally, we're excited to host the Council session in Canada in 2026. Until then, I wish you a productive and inspiring meeting. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is a moment that's most important in our council session. Great to be here in Mexico City. Thank you, Secretario Bárcena, for the invitation to host this 32nd council session of the CEC. So the first thing I've been asked to do is to keep us here in the room as much as we can. We've got a lot to talk about, so we don't want to lose you. This is the moment that you get to hear from the authorities, from the council. It's the moment you get to really find out what's going on and what we've been discussing. And of course, you know the council theme already, circular economy and nature-based solutions, two so important issues that we need to work on. So we have a poll as our first activity for today. And we're going to get that online if we can right away here. So I'd like everyone to use your phones to to scan the QR code. And here is our question. So how familiar are you with circular economy and nature-based solutions? I've certainly learned a lot. I thought I knew what these issues were, but hearing from all of you, learned so much. So if everyone can please answer the poll question, and for those of you online as well. Thank you. And I think we're going to get a response right away. So very familiar, somewhat familiar. I've heard a little bit about it. No idea. Okay, well, there you go. So it looks like a lot of you have already heard of these terms, but I'm sure that with everything we've been discussing, you're learning a whole lot more. So as this is finalizing here, I want to introduce a video we're going to show you about our accomplishments. It's a moment you get to see our work in action. It's a visual journey across North America that shows the impact of our trilateral work, about our collaboration, our cooperation. It's the accomplishments that we've achieved over the course of the year. And this is your accomplishments. A lot of you integrate your own activities with ours. And it's really about your voices, what we heard, the stories we heard from your work, and the learning that takes place here at the CEC. So without further ado, please, can we get the video on?
En toda América del Norte, las comunidades y los ecosistemas enfrentan desafíos ambientales cada vez mayores, pero en conjunto estamos creando soluciones que marcan la diferencia. Esta es la travesía de la Comisión para la Cooperación Ambiental en Acción. La CCA une a Canadá, Estados Unidos y México para proteger nuestro medio ambiente compartido mediante la cooperación. Exploremos nuestros logros durante el último año a través de las voces de quienes los han hecho posibles.
What I'm most proud of is our partnership with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which is one of the leading organizations trying to advance circularity in the region and globally.
Fortalecer la cooperación y las alianzas ha sido siempre una de nuestras prioridades. Este año, la CCA impulsó la economía circular con alianzas estratégicas y talleres que promueven la circularidad en el sector electrónico.
Circular economy tries to do things different, reducing the waste that we generate and also try to reduce the environmental impact that our actions generate.
También publicamos estudios claves sobre residuos de papel, plásticos y bioplásticos que brindan conocimientos prácticos para un manejo sustentable de los materiales. Pero la circularidad es solo una parte de la solución. Para enfrentar los desafíos ambientales, también debemos trabajar con la naturaleza. Este año fomentamos el uso de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza que ayudan a reducir los riesgos de inundaciones en comunidades costeras. Publicamos 4 documentos guía y conectamos con más de 400 personas a través de seminarios en línea en los que facilitamos el conocimiento y la implementación de nuestras herramientas. Para proteger el planeta, hay que proteger la vida, las especies y los ecosistemas. Lanzamos una nueva colaboración trinacional para proteger especies migratorias de tiburones en áreas marinas protegidas y áreas protegidas indígenas a través de talleres y expediciones de marcaje. La CCA promueve el acceso público a datos ambientales. Este año actualizamos la plataforma virtual En Balance con datos de gases de efecto invernadero de 2010 a 2023. También celebramos en Ciudad de México una reunión pública sobre registro de emisiones y transferencia de contaminantes con cerca de 180 participantes de diversos sectores. Nuestro trabajo cobra sentido cuando conectamos con las comunidades. La CCA reunió a miles de personas para compartir conocimientos y fortalecer sus esfuerzos. Además, mantuvimos una comunicación constante, transparente y trilingüe a través de nuestro sitio web y redes sociales, alcanzando a millones cada año.
Une des réalisations qui me tient particulièrement à cœur, c'est notre campagne pour les pollinisateurs. Elle a permis de toucher plus de 8 millions de personnes à travers les réseaux sociaux avec des messages simples, concrets et accessibles pour tout le monde, comme comment adapter son jardin ou participer à la science participative. Donc, sensibiliser le public, fournir des outils aux communautés et soutenir la science d'une manière concrète de faire une vraie différence.
La CCA produjo más de 30 publicaciones de acceso abierto en el último año, entre las que se incluyen una publicación del Sistema de Monitoreo del Cambio en la Cobertura del Suelo de América del Norte, 3 informes sobre polinizadores y monitoreo de abejas nativas y 8 folletos de capacitación en ecoturismo de aves. Con ello, ofrecemos herramientas para fomentar el intercambio de conocimientos. Nuestra campaña Última Parada al Océano alcanzó a cientos de miles de personas y llegó a nuevas audiencias gracias a nuestra colaboración con el Programa para el Medio Ambiente de la ONU durante el Día Mundial del Medio Ambiente, promoviendo la acción y sensibilizando sobre cómo reducir la basura marina y la contaminación por plásticos.
Uno de los proyectos que nos ha tenido con mucho orgullo este año es la iniciativa de transición de comunidades remotas a energías renovables. En este proyecto se elaboraron 9 estudios de caso de comunidades remotas en América del Norte que han disminuido el uso de combustibles fósiles para dar paso al uso de tecnologías más limpias y renovables. Todos estos estudios de caso no son solo historias de equipos de nuevas tecnologías, sino que es el reflejo de la autodeterminación de las comunidades, de sus valores, de su liderazgo, y además es un documento que refleja sus voces, las voces de la comunidad.
Este año distribuimos sensores de carbono negro e instrumentos meteorológicos en 3 comunidades para apoyar el monitoreo de contaminantes en sus territorios. A través de 6 sesiones de capacitación, las personas aprendieron a monitorear su aire y proteger su salud. Los sistemas alimentarios también son parte de esta transformación. Durante este año colaboramos con organizaciones líderes para promover estrategias que ayudan a prevenir y reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. El verdadero impacto sucede cuando las soluciones se adaptan a las realidades locales. Este año, la CCA apoyó con recursos para implicar a las comunidades en la protección del medio ambiente. En 2024, nuestra iniciativa internacional de monitoreo Blitz Monarca dio la bienvenida a la Canadian Wildlife Federation como nueva socia y rompió todos los récords anteriores de participación voluntaria con más de 5,000 participantes. Nuestra colaboración trasciende fronteras, idiomas y sectores en la construcción de nuestro futuro ambiental compartido. Lanzamos nuestra estrategia de participación del sector privado. Reunimos a líderes clave en nuestras mesas redondas con la Secretaría del Convenio sobre la Diversidad Biológica y con Canacintra. También fortalecimos nuestro compromiso con los pueblos indígenas. A través de una mesa redonda, impulsamos estrategia para fortalecer redes comerciales basadas en valores indígenas y en la sustentabilidad. Además, lanzamos un portal sobre estrategias indígenas para la gestión del agua dulce, facilitando el acceso a este valioso conocimiento. La construcción de un futuro sustentable comienza integrando a todas las voces, incluidas las juventudes.
For the first time, the CEC has a youth engagement strategy, and as a result of this strategy, we also developed new programs which were actually operational this year. So I'm thinking, for example, of the Generation of Environmental Leaders program.
A través de este programa, jóvenes líderes están desarrollando habilidades, diseñando soluciones locales y generando conexiones que van más allá de las fronteras.
Institutionalizing youth engagement within the CEC. We build bridges, and a great example of that was the 2024 Youth Engagement Week.
Durante esta semana, jóvenes de los 3 países de América del Norte contribuyeron directamente a nuestro trabajo en el marco del Foro Público del CCPC, celebrado en Ciudad de México. Este foro reunió a más de 500 participantes que se sumaron a la conversación sobre nuestra iniciativa Horizonte 2030 a nuestro alcance.
These forums play a very key role. It provides the opportunity for experts as well as different key actors from the 3 countries to interact and be able to engage and discuss the topics that are impacting them as well as their communities.
La CCA también garantiza la transparencia y la participación pública mediante el proceso de peticiones sobre aplicación efectiva de la legislación ambiental. En el último año, el secretariado elaboró y presentó expedientes de hecho sobre especies clave y preocupaciones ambientales urgentes. A través de nuestro trabajo, la CCA crea puentes entre generaciones, culturas y sectores. Al mirar hacia el futuro, los desafíos que enfrentamos son complejos, pero las soluciones que estamos construyendo se basan en esfuerzos conjuntos. Este es nuestro impacto. Este es nuestro compromiso compartido. Gracias por formar parte de nuestra travesía.
Wow, that was a lot of work. I must admit, I hadn't seen the video, so I got a little emotional. And, you know, it's not our work at the commission. This is your work. All that we do is facilitate this space. It's really your work that we learn from, that we share with the parties. It's a nexus between our communities, our indigenous leaders, our youth, which has become such an important part of our work. So this is a celebration of you. And I think we had 450 or so participants in the JPAC meeting last time. We're over 850 registered participants online and in person. We got a full house. So thank all of you for your work. And now we're gonna see a few more videos, 3 to be precise, and they have to do with cooperation between our countries. The first is a show of Mexico's biodiversity. So we're gonna get to see some beautiful images of places in Mexico that are thriving in biodiversity. The second video is a cooperative work between Mexico and Canada on the management of wildfires, such an important issue for us. And the third, another collaborative work between our parties, between Mexico and California, again, on forest fires. So let's take a look at some of these images, which again, really shows the cooperative space that we have here at the CEC.
Chaque fois que tu respires.
Every time you breathe.
Cada vez que respiras. Chaque fois que tu bois de l'eau.
Cada vez que tomas agua. Every sip you take. Every time you eat.
Cada vez que comes. Chaque bouchée que tu prends. Chaque fois que tu bouges.
Every time you move.
Te mueves. Chaque fois que tu utilises.
Cada vez que usas. You use a single drop of water.
Une seule goutte d'eau.
De agua.
La planète travaille pour
The
toi.
whole planet works for you.
El planeta entero trabaja para ti. Il est temps maintenant que tu
It's
travailles
time to
pour la
work for your
planète.
planet.
Es hora de trabajar para el planeta.
México y Canadá mantienen una sólida y ejemplar relación.
Mexico and Canada has a solid relationship with regards to forest management, forest fire management. This area began in 2012 with a letter of intent between both countries. However, in 2016, there was the first group of personnel to cooperate in the forest fires that were affecting Canada. Bilateral cooperation in this joint operational group for the movement of human resources in the context of emergencies. This means that the people that respond to these forest fires have technical training focused on prevention, combat, and for the control of forest fires. In Canada, the forest fires have overcome the forest Canada, and for specialized, we sent specialized personnel to combat fires in different parts of the country. The first group was 202 people, and it went to Manitoba. Later, in July 13th, there was a movement of 100 volunteers more, and 41 elements were incorporated to the operational tasks. Among the actions that were carried out by the Mexican personnel is to open lines with FOSS in identify hotspots as well as the control of these hotspots. This collaboration establishes not only emergency response, but also to prevent and to share experiences between Mexico and Canada. The country of Mexico works with the sister nations in order to control problems. National Forestry Commission. Government of Mexico.
En enero de 2025, una serie de incendios forestales de gran magnitud se registraron en Los Ángeles, California, en Estados Unidos. Estos siniestros pusieron en grave riesgo a la población. Ante esta emergencia y en un acto de solidaridad y cooperación internacional, el gobierno de México respondió de manera inmediata, enviando un contingente para brindar ayuda humanitaria a un país con el que nos une una profunda relación cultural, histórica y comercial. El equipo estuvo conformado por personal de la Comisión Nacional Forestal, elementos de la Secretaría de la Defensa Nacional, así como especialistas de la Coordinación Nacional de Protección Civil y de la Secretaría de Seguridad y Protección Ciudadana. Cada grupo desempeñó tareas fundamentales. Los combatientes forestales de la CONAFOR llevaron a cabo la apertura de brechas cortafuego y la liquidación de puntos de calor. Personal de la Defensa Nacional se encargó de la remoción de escombros, la inspección de estructuras dañadas y la búsqueda y recuperación de posibles víctimas. Con estas acciones, México reafirma que está preparado para enfrentar emergencias gracias al profesionalismo, compromiso y liderazgo de su gente.
Comisión Nacional Forestal.
Secretaría del Medio Ambiente y Recursos Naturales.
Clearly a huge priority to address fires. I remember my first council session in Victoria. One of the Mexican delegates had just traveled from Mexico, from Baja, all the way up to Victoria, and he remarked how he could see fires from the plane window from Mexico through California into Oregon, Washington, and even right into Canada. So clearly an enormous problem that we're facing year after year. And now one of my favorite parts of the council session is our engagement with youth. We've done so much to engage with youth that have brought so much energy to our work. In the video, you've seen lots of them that are here with us today and youth that have been with us at other events. So now I'd like to first welcome Britt, who is going to be our master of ceremony. Britt is a distinguished leader on climate resilience and environmental governance. She's got tons of experience working in North America and the Pacific and even in the Middle East. She brings so much to the CEC just by her experience. But really, the most important thing that I've seen in Britt is her engagement with our youth. And she really has followed our youth engagement and has been a mentor for the youth that work with us. And also a mentor for us about how to better engage with youth, because it's youth. It's not always easy. They're demanding that we do more, and we're trying to create space, and we're engaging more and more with the countries. And Britt's been really a part of that process. So thank you so much, Britt, for all of it that you do to bring youth on board. And I'm sure you're going to have a fantastic conversation. So Britt, please join us. Thank you. Give everyone a hand of applause.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I understand that the CEC has a basis, the creation of long-term solutions and effective solutions to protect the environment, building bridges between borders. These solutions also require to have bridges between generations. When we open real spaces for youth leadership, something changes. The questions become very acute. The rhythm is very accelerated. And all of a sudden, the solutions that seem very far away, we start seeing them as something potential. In Mexico, United States, and Canada, there are more than 113 million youth who are opening the road or the path for environmental issues with commitment. In many ways, they are promoting solutions of climate resiliency, contributing for a sustainable future. With the new strategy of participation of the CEC, we are very proud to support this promotion through the program of the generation of environmental leaders. This initiative gives youth concrete tools from workshops and capabilities and also mentorships to have an impact in their communities and countries. During the last 2 decades, I've had the privilege of working in almost 50 countries, supporting communities in restoration, protection of life systems of which all of us depend. Along that road, what has inspired me most is not only the resiliency of the ecosystems, but the clarity and the courage of the emerging leaders. Youth that once and twice they go into complete context with energy and intuitive sense, and they want us to change. To be part of their mentor has one of the most important parts of my road. It reminds me that leadership is not inherited, it's cultivated and it opens spaces. Today, I am very honored to introduce the group of the Generation of Environmental Leaders program. Youth that are not only imagining a better future, but they are building this future in an active manner. These youth leaders, remind us what is at play and what is possible. When we select to invest in youth, when we select to hear and to collaborate collaboration with youth, with youth generations and through borders to have a more sustainable future. We will start with the 2025 Generation Environmental Leaders Program. I'm going to introduce Itzia Morales Mendoza, Elizabeth Lizárraga, Viva la Ola AC, with solutions of rescuing the Isla Basura and circular economy.
Muchas gracias, Brit, por tu mensaje.
Thank you for your message. I don't know if I'm very nervous and my heart is accelerated or because of the speech, but it was beautiful. Good afternoon to all. My name is Berenice Lizárraga, and today I'm going to tell you a story that we started writing 2 years ago when I stopped my work. When I resigned in my work. In my path, I found Itzia. She is passionate about birds. Very soon, we noticed that we shared the same purpose of life. And that way, we started looking at projects that would unite our both worlds, conservation and the recovery of waste. Until last year, in January, on January 14th, we met this site that changed all of our plans, Isla Basura. This was a space that years before was used by the communities to gather on the weekends, and even though today it's a mangler system, very impressive because of the biodiversity and because it has natural services which are very important. It's devastated because of the critical stage of contamination. It's an island of 2.5 hectares. It's in Mazatlán, Sinaloa, and it's loaded with hazardous waste and hazardous and solid waste, and mainly plastic. This site is not as important for communities to meet. Isla Basura is only an example of many that we have in Mexico and many in the world. Plastic has gotten into all the corners of the earth, even to our brain, and this has severe consequences for our health and also for the health of the ecosystems. With this panorama, and because we know that this is the consequence of our habits of use and the bad use of plastic, urban as well as organic, Mitzi and I started working with the community in order to recover this space, transforming waste into resources. With the help of many people from Mazatlan, we carry out a regenerative plan, which consists of ways of cleaning and also to have fences to recover waste. These three pillars can be duplicated in many coastal communities in Mexico and the world. The community with which we are making a team is Playa Azul and their families. In the beginning, they didn't have any hope. Even they were throwing waste or garbage to the sea because they saw the scenario of very critical of contamination and they thought there wasn't any solution. Now we provide environmental workshops and technological training so that they can be the leaders of this solution. Based on a survey, we know that 50% of the families depend on fishing as their main source of income. However, 100% are willing to change their practices to generate other sources and to preserve their natural resources. But what is the work that we're carrying out with them? Okay, we use our management plan and we have two action routes. The first one is to face the problem for the plastic problem. What we do is we work with the plastic that invade Islas Basura, and because they're in the air that we breathe and in the water. The fishing community has the official transportation of volunteers and waste during our cleaning days. The recyclable products are taken to a collection center and they will be managed by the members of the community. That way, they obtain economic benefits from the waste or the garbage. Another route of work is the waste, the organic waste of the fish. Fishermen have, for example, different waste like heads and intestines and other types of waste from fish. This waste has a great potential to be transformed in biogas, a clean energy that can be used as gas for what we use in our own homes, in our kitchens. This is managed by the community and it will allow them to lower the operational cost and also to promote or to travel to a scenario which is more sustainable according to the sustainable tourism in Mexico. They changed their way of thinking, and now they are no longer part of the problem. They are part of the solution that they are the leaders of. Along a year of work and the great collective effort, we have had 6 field trips for cleaning in more than 11 institutional alliances, getting rid of 3 tons of waste. It fills the base of the Revolution Monument, which is here in Mexico City. The Isla Basura is only one project of many initiatives that we have in Mexico, but our success is limited because of structural issues that are very easy to change. We have the initiatives and we are generating a lot of information, but we need data to act. We need to have a correct management of waste as well as resources. And for that, We need all of you. For the initiatives, I'm saying, and we have the information. Now we need a database that will help us to gather all that information that will be of public access and that is transparent, that will help us to make decisions in order to form solid public policies and allow us to move to circular economy that Mexico needs. If you share this vision as we do, we invite you to open a dialogue because this afternoon we have the moment. We only need to build that bridge to obtain our objective. Do you want to join us to build it? Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Bernice.
Thank you very much, Berenice and Nitzia. What you're doing is amazing, bridging the communities and really creating change. And now from the USA, we have Lauren Click and Hannah Layton. Their project is called Let's Go Compost, to develop solutions against food waste in the USA. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Click. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, in the United States. I'm the founder of Let's Go Compost. We're a 501c3 nonprofit that focuses on bridging composting education in our K-12 public schools. We've been operating since 2021, and I want to tell you a quick story from December of 2023. In winter of that year, I was able to deliver this worm composting kit to a special education kindergarten class in Tempe, Arizona. The kit consisted of a small indoor worm farm, composting worms, and 2 children's books. We sat around in a circle, we spoke about worms, brought up what food waste was, and then we introduced the topic of composting. Some of the kids were unsure. Others eagerly held onto their new class pet worms and began naming all 500. Fear turned into fascination as the students and even some of those adults who were a little bit hesitant became just a little bit more curious that day and began looking over at those worms. We fed the worms a few leftover Cheetos. We read books to the worms during quiet time. And that compost bin became the most talked about class pet in town. The real magic happened after I left that day. That classroom continued with their lessons about composting. They diverted food scraps all on their own. They even began to petition their school cafeteria for a larger composting program. And one of those students, Ella, begged her parents to help her build a worm farm at home for her own kitchen scraps. When Ella began first grade the next fall, we got an email that said she had already demanded that her new teacher and all of her new classmates begin to compost as well. She became the teacher at 5 years old, all starting with this worm farm. This is what I'm building at Let's Go Compost, a cost-effective, scalable train-the-trainer model that increases the demand for composting infrastructure. To date, we've been able to support more than 15,000 students across 120 schools in 10 states with screen-free, hands-on, STEM-based learning. The United States generates more than 63 million tons of food waste annually, while only 3% of communities, which is what this map shows, have access to the infrastructure needed to actually process it. When food goes to landfill, as most of us know, it pollutes our air, our soil, and our waterways. But when food waste can be recaptured, we are able to properly add it back into our local food system. Our public schools in the United States are one of the largest, if not the largest, producer of food waste in the country. They're also uniquely placed in nearly every single neighborhood in the country, which together makes them one of the most critical leverage points for both education and expansive food waste diversion. Here at Let's Go Compost, we give students the tools that they need to build real food waste solutions. We help them design the infrastructure that they need, connect them to their communities, and spark their own personal commitment to change. And when they're ready to go just a little bit further, we show them how to petition their school boards, how to challenge those outdated policies, and how to become advocates for something so much bigger than themselves. This isn't about composting. This is about giving students the power and the agency that they need to succeed. There's so many reasons why I care about my solution and the 15,000 students in my network. For the sake of today, I'm going to keep it on the circular economy. We meet people where they are, at schools, where education already happens and where that infrastructure already exists. That's what makes a solution scalable, affordable, and built to last. No subscriptions, no fluff, just hands-on STEM-based learning that gets real results. And it's only $350 to serve 100 students. That's $3.50 a student. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. There are 50 million students in America's public schools. 50 million daily opportunities to stop food waste in its tracks. Again, they're one of the biggest food waste producers in our country and one of the best leverage points that we have. Composting at schools means infrastructure in every neighborhood, more jobs, stronger communities, less waste. This is about circular economic growth. This is about schools leading the way. It's about building the capacity of our youth. They're taking charge and they're co-creating a more resilient future. Composting creates more jobs in landfills. It keeps dollars local and it gives kids purpose. And it contributes and it creates a product that contributes to healthy soil and healthier local produce. And it shows that yes, the next generation is capable of doing big things when you give them what they need to succeed. This isn't about food waste. This is about hard work, self-reliance, and building stronger communities from the ground up. This is about 50 million access points to a circular food waste solution. I'm standing here today because I believe in the power of this youth and of these children. And I want to thank the CEC for giving my team the opportunity to speak to you all today. So whether you're a parent, a professor, a politician, or just someone who might care a little bit about food waste, I invite you to be a part of the solution and to visit our website to learn a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren and Hannah, for your really rooted solution of creating change. Y ahora, desde Canadá,
And now from Canada, representing their team,
damos la bienvenida a
Consulting,
Sonia
we
Vinogradov
welcome
y
Sonia
Joe working
and Joe
con su solución
with their
Regenergy,
solution,
energía solar para fincas regenerativas.
solar energy for regenerating farms.
Thank you, Britt. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe.
And I'm Sonia.
And together we are the co-founders of SparkSource Consulting, a sustainability and renewable energy organization that seeks to tackle the big environmental issues of today with tangible, practical, on-the-ground solutions. Today, we're happy to be presenting our project Regenergy, a non-for-profit initiative that helps small regenerative farmers adopt to the challenges that they're facing today with renewable energy solutions. We believe that local agriculture is the backbone for both resilient and sustainable food systems. Local agriculture helps to promote community health, ecosystem health, and biodiversity, and also plays a pivotal role in both mitigating and adapting to climate change at the local level.
A little bit about me. I'm a maker. I like to make things, and I think most people do too. I like to make my own plates and mugs. I repair my clothes when they rip. I grow my own herbs on the windowsill. I like to know where my things come from and who made them. And that's true of my food too. But we've been separated from that, with large players and large supply chains in a globalized world. Competition is good, don't get me wrong. That's what business school taught me. But competition isn't happening right now in Canada. Small farmers are struggling to stay in the market while the costs of living and farming continue to rise. Small farmers are also the source of sustainable food to feed my family and yours. If we care about not having our food come from industrial farms that rely on monocropping and pesticides, we need to help small farmers stay in the market and reduce their costs.
As for me, I started out studying chemistry, but pivoted to environmental science when I became more aware about the urgency of the climate crisis. I believe that solar energy is a powerful tool that society can leverage to meet its energy needs in a way that's both economically and environmentally sustainable. I believe strongly in the idea of think globally, act locally. Through this project, we hope to support local farmers, many of whom are on the front lines of the climate crisis and who often are too overlooked in the energy transition discussion, by helping them gain the tools and the agency they need to tackle the environmental and economic challenges that they face every day. Do the thing. Sweet. So in Canada and around the world, farmers are struggling. In recent years, there has been a significant loss in realized net income for farmers. This has been due largely to persistent drought conditions and wildfires that have led to decreased crop yields. As a result, the public has largely been footing the bill. In Canada, crop insurance payments have more than tripled annually since 2020. And on top of that, many farmers are relying on off-farm employment to support themselves, their families, and ultimately their communities. Unfortunately, the underlying conditions leading to this situation are not likely to go anywhere. Today, more than 2/3 of Canadian agricultural land is experiencing drought conditions, and these conditions are only expected to continue, if not worsen, as the climate continues to warm.
That's where we come in. Energy creates a lot of carbon emissions. Carbon emissions cause climate change, which causes droughts and wildfires that affect farmers, just like Joe described on the previous slide. But farmers need energy, and that energy can't keep coming from the same sources that is causing the droughts and wildfires that affect their business. Our project leverages solar panels to reduce farmers' costs and help them stay in the market. Solar panels are a fantastic way for small farms to insulate themselves from energy prices over the next 25 years. Small farmers need our help. Our flagship project on the slide behind me has an 18% return on investment. That's $1.18 back for every $1 invested into the solar array outside of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada.
Our team works with small organic farmers to get the solar panels onto their properties. We believe we have the expertise to find the qualified suppliers, help find funding, navigate permitting and regulation, and deliver these panels ultimately at a lower cost to these farmers. Farmers are already feeling the effects of climate change, and we believe that they deserve the tools not only to adapt, but to thrive. With the CEC support, we will continue to scale up our operations in Canada with similar local community-focused agricultural operations. We also plan to create and share farmer-friendly educational resources to support farmers from across Canada that are hoping to embark on similar projects of their own.
We see distributed renewable energy as the future of energy generation in Canada, and RegeEnergy is our project to fight climate change and help small farmers at the same time. Join us in sparking a brighter future, in bridging the climate divide, and helping build resilient food systems and communities. We're looking for partners to scale this project across Canada that are interested in tangible, concrete solutions to address climate change and help farmers on the front lines. This has been RegeEnergy with SparkSource. Thank you so much.
Sonia, Joe, congratulations on such an integrated solution. Really well done. Tomamos un momento para agradecer y aplaudir.
I would like to take a moment to congratulate the generation of environmental leaders and the work they're carrying out in their communities. Now, I would like to open a space for a conversation between members of the council and the group of Generation Environmental Leaders. This is a great opportunity to listen to these leaders, environmental leaders, to look into their ideas and dialogue, to see how we can support them and how can we continue promoting environmental leadership in North America.
So this is what we get when we engage youth. Thank you so much. And I get one question from youth when we find these great projects, which is, how do we scale up? And I think that's what they're asking you, the ministers, and each of the parties. How do we take these great solutions and scale up? So we're going to turn right to our parties, starting with our host, Alicia Bárcena. And I'm sure you have questions also for our youth leaders and their projects. Alicia.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Primero que nada,
thank you very much. First, congratulations to all the youth that participated in this campaign of the environmental youth.
no es el futuro, es el presente.
Youth is not is the future because we're facing problems and you are finding solutions. So it is not true that you're not the future generation. You're the generation of the present. So I'm glad that you have the will and the will to do different things and to involve the community. To tell Berenice and Isle, it is very important because on June the 5th, the Environmental World Day, we cleaned beaches and coastal areas. We have 12,000 kilometers of coasts in Mexico, including islands. And that island that you mentioned, which were important, and our Secretary Marina Robles was a very important part in this, to start with this initiative that you are starting, which is so important, involving the fishing community of this Isla Basura in Mazatlan, Sinaloa. I want you to know that you have the support of the Secretariat of Natural Resources and Natural Resources. 100% of the plastics in the beaches in plastics for 2030. We have a gradual strategy to eliminate 10% by 2025 and to gradually in 2026, 27 to make progress until we reach 2030 with 100% of elimination of plastics in Mexican coasts. So what you are doing is a great example because in this campaign of cleaning the beaches that was carried out in June the 5th, I don't know how many tons we collected. I don't know how many tons there were, but there were a lot. 5,000 tons of waste. And let me tell you that maybe 60% or even more, 80% are plastics what we collected in the Mexican beaches and coasts. 55,000 tons of waste in World Day of the Environment. So what you're doing is very important because also you are doing it with the fishermen, with the community, because that is what is left. The community is the one that really has to be in charge. And we have a very beautiful program, which is called Adopt a Beach. Now we can talk about Adopt an Island. This is the road. The elimination of plastic is a very important factor. And this is why we are participating in the negotiations that will take place in Geneva in the next few weeks, where our will is to really accomplish the elimination of plastics of one use, but to make progress in the negotiation. Because this idea is in order to take advantage of this ideas of elimination of plastic, all of us have to be on board, because if not, what happens? You can continue picking up waste in the Isla Basura in Mazatlan, but if you don't change your use or the patterns of consumption, we have to have a negotiation which is multilateral, where it's not volunteer not to throw away the garbage or recycle plastic, but that it is mandatory and that there are fines, sanctions if we're not doing it. So, dear Nicia and dear Berenice, I want to congratulate you for this great initiative because you have the components, components of recollection and the treatment, and to turn the waste in resources, which is very important, and the involvement of local communities to protect the manglers that undoubtedly are the elements or the solutions for protecting nature. We want to protect and recover our manglers, which is very important. Congratulations. We're very happy to hear this initiative of Isla Basura and to tell you that we are available to scale these initiatives to other areas and be able to duplicate it to other areas.
Fantástico, fantástico. Muchas gracias. And now we turn to the United States, and we have with us Usha Maria Turner, who's standing in for the administrator, Zeldin, who stepped away. United States.
Can you hear me? Yes, good. Well, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the invitation to attend. The administrator apologizes for not being here in person. Unfortunately, he had to leave earlier today. I am thrilled to be able, so his loss is my gain. I get to be here with all of you. I am beyond impressed with the presentations that I've just heard, and I can relate to so many of them, and it is so exciting to see what is possible. You know, we wake up with a million thoughts every day, and most of those thoughts don't go anywhere. But here we have examples of where those thoughts started as a conversation with a friend. And then I don't know how it all happened for you, but then another conversation, then you tell somebody, and all of a sudden, there it is. So, you know, conversations on scaling up, there's probably not one. Ask any startup in any country, and there's not one way to scale up an idea. You know, for the United States project on composting, which is a topic near to and dear to my heart, we have our own worm bin. And yours started with a classroom, and then it went to the cafeteria, and now you have a whole website. And, you know, people like myself and everybody in this room have now become your ambassadors. You know, likewise for the other two projects in the room, there's a lake not far from my house, and we have our own Isla Basura. And my son and I go kayaking, and we pick up what we can. With every rain, there's more. But for him, it is important for me to know that he is seeing this, and he is seeing the impact. And what does that do in his thinking? So how we lead by example becomes really important. But on, you know, to the composting point, one of the things that I'm not sure you even realize is what started for you with an idea and a passion around food waste. You have potentially now created generations of scientists and farmers and engineers because you reached a educational level at when they are most curious. And some of the photographs in your presentation, they're little and they're holding earthworms. Who does that at that age? And they're curious and they're learning, and you have shown them the science of food waste to healthy soil. Maybe they have a community garden now in the school, and they can fresh vegetables and nutrition. So whether that was your intention at the beginning or not, congratulations, you have done something so impactful beyond your original intent. At the US EPA, we approach circular economy we focus in two areas. One is in plastics, and one is in the recovery of critical minerals, which of course is a very important conversation. We do so by education, by training, the distribution of grants and incentives. Again, we take the idea that there's no one size fits all, and you know, there's plenty room for unconventional approaches to how we think about circular economy, and leaning into that looks different from one community to another, one country to another, depending on what your needs are. Let's see, I had other thoughts, but I might save them for later. And so just while we have the youth on stage and the GELP teams, I just want to say I'm so very, very impressed. And I look forward to seeing what you do with your careers, because at this very young age, you are very impressive. And so congratulations to all of you for taking a thought and being here today with all of us. Congratulations.
Another fantastic project. So we go from adopting an island to worms and children. Fantastic. And now we go to solar panels and farmers, Canada.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of the GELP winners for your creativity, innovation, for being here today to present to all of us. You know, over the last 2 days, you sort of become the living embodiment of everything that we've been talking about. We've been talking about how do you turn ideas into practical, actionable solutions or actions that we can take, big or small, as governments, as countries. And each of your innovative approaches to the challenges that you have seen demonstrate to us that that's possible, for one. And I say that because often the challenge before us, when we talk about environmental issues, we talk about climate issues, I mean, so often the sheer nature of the challenge seems so daunting that the question you'll often get, and governments ask that question too, is where do you actually start? How do you actually start to chip away at this issue over time, recognizing, as Usha said, there's no one size fits all solution, but we need to start moving towards solutions. And you've shown us that that's possible. The other point, and it came up in many of our conversations this morning, and each of you have done this so well, you bring solutions and ideas to where they need to be implemented to support the people, to support to support people, to support, in this case, the farmers, and with the solar panels, in a manner that not only makes a tangible difference in environment, that addresses climate issues, but it's that nexus between environment and economy. You are sustaining jobs, you are sustaining an agricultural sector, whereas you said often to be a farmer in this day and age is a very tough business with no certainty. To be a small farmer is almost impossible. And I think that's not just a Canadian problem. And you are demonstrating that there is a way to do that. And there is a way for it to be economically sustainable. There's a way to understand the supply chain from the farm to the table in a way that reassures us that our health and well-being is more appropriately achieved. And I'm just so profoundly proud to be on the stage with all of you and hearing about your meaningful actions. And I suppose, Daniel, I would end where you started. How do we scale these? You know, can we best do that? And that's probably a longer conversation. And Sonia and Joe, we had a chance to start that conversation last night, but how do you take this tremendous idea and bring it out and make it bigger and make it durable over time? And that's something that I think we as governments need to take from this as well and ask ourselves how we are going to be part of that solution for you while you continue to bring solutions to people who need it most. So I really am so grateful to be here today and so proud to be a part of this. Thank you.
So now you start a new journey, scaling up community resilience and how we adapt, how we work. And for that, I want to also let everyone know we've started already a new work at the Commission on Community Resilience. If you haven't met Micaela Martinez, who's our Community Resilience Officer, she's going to be helping all of us that work on so many projects find ways to scale up. So let's give a round of applause to our youth leaders. The next time you see them, they'll be scaling up and we'll have new youth presenting new ideas. So let's welcome them off of the stage. Thank you so much. And we're going to move into the next session of a dialogue with the Council on the nexus between circular economy and nature-based solutions.
Let's talk when we're back in Ottawa. Yeah, sure. That was.
Okay, so we're continuing our session, our public session with the council. We have a few more questions to ask the public that's both here and online. We will be collecting questions in person and online through the discussion. Attendees in the room, you can submit your questions by raising your hands to receive a piece of paper and pen, or by using the online form that's accessible with the QR codes, and I think you've been using this already. Online participants can submit their questions via the Q&A feature on Zoom, and a live poll is currently open. So Eleanor, one of our fantastic staff team members, she's going to open the poll. So here we go. ¿Cuál es el beneficio principal del nexo entre economía circular and nature-based solution?
What is the main
Okay, so let's get
solution?
that going.
What is the main purpose of the nature-based solutions?
There we go. And we'll be recording these results and have them available for you to review in the future. Fantastic. And then once we're done with this one, let's give it a second more. All right, there we go. What is the main benefit of the circular economy and nature-based solutions nexus? Why link these two things? Can we get that question up? There we go. Get the answers. Fantastic. Okay, so thank you for participating in the poll. We're going to move now to our keynote speaker, el subsecretario de Desarrollo Sostenible y Economía Circular. Tenemos a José Luis Samaniego.
José Luis Samaniego.
Recuerda que yo lo conocí
I met him before when he was in CEPAL working with the secretary in the ICASU, and we met a few years ago. And he doesn't remember me because I had a different role, but we worked in different things like climate change, urban development. José Luis, we will give you the microphone for your presentation. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you, and good afternoon. I would like to start my presentation. One thing before we start. This is a thing about scaling up. What was presented by this youth will be very useful in several tasks that we have to solve at the Secretariat. Solutions, nature-based solutions, as well as circular economy, have their own identity. They have their own value. They have a space in public policy, but undoubtedly they also have a relationship. And there was a small survey, and they lowered the pressure on nature, reduce the extractivism pressure, but they also have a dimension of economic dynamism. Circular economy, I hope that we could reach it completely. It's a nature of, it is an inspiration of nature. Circular economy is telling us to produce that policy and not to have any waste in economy. What are the messages that I want to transmit with strength before we go into the numbers? One, there are policies and practices that allow us to preserve our forests through sustainable development, productive promotion, firefighting, and the payment for environmental services that correspond to the National Forestry Commission. But we also have a very big task to rescue our ecosystems. Secretary Bárcena mentioned that we have the task of restoring 18,000 hectares in Mexico for 2030 in the manglers, and we have to restore 100,000 hectares of forests also for 2030. We have a restoration program, fortunately published in June of this year, published by Marina Robles, the Secretariat, and we have a national climate mission that will reduce green gases, and they will be paid for the capture of CO2 in order to have a compensation market, because not all the sectors can reduce within their own sectors, and we will allow to have compensations, not regulated and regulated. Where can those reductions be produced, those compensations? Through recycling and circular economy and the increase of solutions based on nature or nature-based solutions. And we will be building a national policy of circular economy that is based in two basic elements. One, to show the production chain, to give life to an example that the president and the Commitment 94 of 100 steps, which is a circular economy, and it will be followed by other parks, industrial parks, and to regulate that a new law of circular economy that has as one of the pillars the producers. So if you are introducing products into the economy that then become waste, that they are responsible of paying for the adequate management of those waste. Also, to reduce special waste management, which are very abundant in the municipal solid waste. The Secretariat of the Marines presented this restoration program where they are presenting outstanding programs. One, to restore 5% of the coastal areas of mangroves and 75%. These are the 18,000 hectares of mangroves. An important number also to add 16,000 hectares for 2025 and 73,000 hectares for 20, and those are the 20,000 hectares of restoration. But there are other restoration and reducing 35% of the reductions of greenhouse gases in the economy. Where will this happen? Okay, in the yellow areas, this will occur in 2025, the pink areas in 2026, the blue areas 2050. So we also have
and we also have payment for environmental services, and that is that we're going to be starting in the next period for starting in 2025. It's not a very huge amount. It's an amount that we need to supplement it with other sources so we can start having those payments for environmental services for our restoration program. Now, where are these resources coming from? And we're going to show you. Fortunately, in the case of Mexico, we belong to a region that has a lot of biological productivity. We have the mangrove regions that can get between 4.7 and 7.3 tons of CO2 per year. This jungle to 2.56 tons per year. And then these are the forest, 1.84 tons per year, and the sowing life programs, 1.5 tons per year. So we are very committed in this collective effort at the Secretariat to try to give life to this program that we're talking about. Now, contributions of these nature-based solutions, this is one example. We have received already a benefit of 25.5 billion pesos as per damage avoided, thanks to the presence of mangroves in Mexico. $1.2 billion only by doing this, and we have avoided losses of 13 billion pesos. Now, how will we generate this bridge between nature-based solutions and compensation markets and climate change actions? This is the emissions of Mexico by 2030, 991 million tons. But with this national commitment, we should be reducing 35% by 2030, which means that we should not go over 664 million tons by 2030, but we only have regulated some sectors. We need to limit the scope of this policy of emissions for other sectors. According to our emission registry, this is our emissions. So in order to reach 664, we need to reduce approximately 140 million tons during this administration. We know that sector by sector, the industry, electricity, oil and gas, and other sectors do not have the capacity to reach that goal only with the technological reductions of emissions. So we need to create this compensation market that will allow us to combine the goals of regulated sectors as well as with carbon captures, reduction of emissions in forests, mangroves, landfills, electrification and mobility so that we can meet our goals. That is the long-term trajectory for carbon neutrality for Mexico. How are we building our strategy for a circular economy? We have several components, of course. The Hidalgo, a part of circular economy. And we want to address 10 critical sites. And maybe with your examples, we will be able to start working with some communities. We need to work with the Rio Balsas Basin in terms of waste. We're about to release the general law of circular economy, and we have published a decree of tax incentives for new farm parks for circular economy. And of course, we're accompanying this initiative of Plan Mexico and the Ministry of Economy to start increasing the number of economy poles for well-being. What are the tax incentives that we were able to get to incentivize investment in this year in July? To have some discounts for any new investments, to reduce up to 25% of the investment in terms of training and investment on that, and also for some of the companies that will install in those parks of circular economy, they can have an exemption of up to 3 years in taxes. So they can start having some activities that were not possible before. Now, this is the park, in the blue park. We have 250 hectares that we're going to urbanize. We started with 20 hectares until we go up to 250. You can see up north, it's well communicated with a great highway called Arco Norte. And to the south, double rail road that will also be connected to this park. And then to the southwest, we have an ecological park. So as our secretary said this morning, we will start trying to bring environmental justice and to depollute one of these areas that has been the most polluted in our country. What are we going to do in this circular economy park? What is in gray on this slide are the different main activities of this park. We want to have a collection center where we can process all of the debris, not only gotten from building the park, but we also want to have a tire recycling center, recycling for some oils, a plant to separate urban solid waste, and at least one biodigester to process all of the organic waste coming from the park. Now, what can we start with in terms of action? Talking about nature-based solutions and also in terms of circular economy. Number one, to consider the production, this area as a new area of investment, investing in compensations of these emissions of CO2 through the capturing of carbon, investment by the 3 countries in the reduction of greenhouse gases in terms of methane, landfills, oil and gas, increasing our investments in areas free of deforestation, mining that is free of deforestation, livestock free of deforestation. Number 3, to make our investments from the 3 countries accept to join this system of emission trade, and finally to be part of the new investment in recycling and circular economy. Thank you very much.
Gracias, José Luis. Paso allá abajo. Sí.
Thank you, José Luis.
Excelente tu presentación, muchísimas gracias.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. We will now go to reflections from the different parties. Let's begin with Alicia, please. First of all, I'd like to thank José Luis Samaniego. He is one of our undersecretaries at Semarnat, and they're joining us today. Marina Robles, Biodiversity and Environmental Restoration. Liliana Villalobos, Undersecretary of Environmental Regulation, and Samaniego from Sustainable Development. We also have our commissioner of CONAFOR, our legal advisor, and of course, Camila, also our ALT representative. So if we wanted to showcase a specific project, I brought some slides where I would like to share with you an important thing that is related to what José Luis talked to us about. This is something that our president appointed or assigned to us. It's about cleaning 3 of the main hydrological basins of our country, Rio Tula, Atoyac, and Lerma, the 3 rivers. Apart from the memorandum of understanding we signed yesterday with the administrator of the EPA to clean up the Tijuana River, and also with the Sonora River. But I want to share with you that what we're trying to do is to make a very important project to start cleaning these waters, not only with treatment plants, but also with nature-based solutions. For example, wetlands can be a great source for cleaning the waters. And this is something we're trying to do at these 3 basins, which are a great challenge. Lerma Santiago, you can see how many kilometers we have, 1,000 and almost 300, and 23.5 million inhabitants. And you can see that great challenge of cleaning these basins and doing it with, well, this is the Atoyac River. And you know what is produced there? Jeans. And this is something that is produced in Puebla and everything that leads to this river. This is why the water is blue, because it's full of these dyes. And so Pilar knows this area very well, because this river crosses Tlaxcala, Puebla, and the state of Mexico. So we need to do the cleanup, but also the ecological restoration of the river with nature-based solutions. So this is Atoyac River. This is really a mess, because this is a very toxic substance that is damaging the population. And this is why we need to apply both things, but with solutions that will lead us to this solutions, to this path. And this looks nice, but this is the Endo Dam. This is a dam that gets all of the sewage of Mexico City. And we need to clean up the dam, as you could see with the foam that was formed there. And fortunately, well, thankfully, this is a dam that has almost 800 hectares of this lyrium in order to restore this, all of this water lily. And we want to tell you what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do in Mexico and Mr. Samaniego presented this very well, is to have a holistic vision in basin management. If we do not reforest the head of the basins, if we don't do it through the forest, this is an example between the state of Mexico, Morelos, and Mexico City, where the water is born. Water is born in the forest, and this is why it's so important. And from there, we need to start working with the communities, because those are the communities that are going to help us create these solutions, be it mangroves or forests. And definitely, we need to have an environmental justice approach. I know you come from that area, dear Daniel, and you know perfectly well that what we need to do is to give back to the communities their rights to a healthy environment, to a clean environment, and to their own autonomy and self-sufficiency. And this is what we're trying to do with this project, and to give back the rights, because that is what it's all about. The rights to having a convergence between ecological restoration of the rivers, and most definitely to not only do this with technology, but also with the people, with nature-based solutions, cleaning the environment, and of course, developing these long-term solutions. These are my remarks for the moment. Thank you.
I should say something, and I'm referring to you. Coming from environmental justice, I appreciate a lot when we see all these problems. Sometimes we have officials that talk about the great successes, but it is a discussion, it's an exchange of what do we do with the problems that we have. And we were talking also today about the importance of being honest. From Canada, we heard, what can we do to integrate the indigenous communities in an effective manner? So I appreciate the opening, the honesty, and the transparency of your conversation.
Let's go to the United States.
Vamos.
It should be, you have a lapel mic? Should be on.
Is that better?
Yes.
There we go. It's amazing. You just have to turn it on. Thank you. And thank you again for the opportunity to be here. You know, as I listened to, first of all, I have to say, in the last few days of being with Secretary Bárcena, I challenge any of you to be in her company for 2 minutes and then she not bring up circular economy. It is something that she is very passionate about, and for good reason. And so thank you to the host of Mexico for bringing this topic and for us having this conversation, because it's important. You know, and I said this earlier, and as the US approaches, or the United States approach to circular economy is one that encourages innovation, but it also recognizes that, as we've said earlier, there isn't one solution that fits all, and that we have to meet the problem where it is, identify the problem, and then identify what solutions are feasible, what can work. I made this comment earlier. I'm an engineer by training, and in my university, I was allowed to take some classes out of civil engineering, and I was allowed to take some classes out of agricultural engineering. And they used to say that when you're a civil engineer, you approach every problem with concrete. And when you're an ag engineer, you think about things like constructed wetlands as a solution. But constructed wetlands doesn't always work where concrete is needed, and vice versa. So as we think about how we develop solutions to problems, for EPA, we want to make sure that we are leaving room in our regulatory construct and our policies for creativity, for new technology, making sure that we are evaluating solutions and technological or nature-based solutions as they arise and as they are appropriate. And I mentioned this earlier, and I will say that three really, that the US EPA is leaning into: plastics, critical minerals, which are so important, especially as we think about the use and reuse of EV batteries and some of the hazards that we have seen around EV batteries in the response to wildfires, for example, and then hazardous waste cleanup associated with those. And then food waste is something we are also leaning into. Some examples that, again, make sense in the example, in the moment. We have reviewed and authorized the use of the land-based application of solid waste material out of wastewater treatment facilities, for example. We have to make sure that by applying that solid waste matter to the land, that it is safe, it is consistent with our core mission at EPA of protecting human health and the environment. So as we solve one problem, we don't want to create another. In some instances, we reused the tree debris out of recent wildfires as biomass energy. And one that I will use, which is an interesting one, and I think this comes from, they talk about necessity is the mother of invention. And so in the electric power sector in the United States, when we used a lot of coal in power generation, we generated an coal ash. EPA regulates the coal ash, and it regulates it in several ways. But one of the things over decades we discovered that it actually is a substitute for Portland cement. So instead of quarrying and mining in big mines for gravel and construction material, we can take a byproduct of electric generation, which is generated in large quantities. We can use it in the production of concrete, and it actually generates a stronger product. So the concrete that is used with ash waste is actually stronger than it's used from virgin material. So if you think about that for a minute, one of the questions was, does circular economy have an economic benefit? Or, is it the main goal? And the number was very small. And it's not necessarily the main goal, but in that instance, you think about the economic benefits of everything in that scenario. For the company, they are not taking up valuable landfill space and paying the cost of landfilling. For the construction industry, they are taking a product that exists in very large quantities and making a better concrete, a better construction material. And again, all of this is done within the space of EPA regulation. And we have the American Standards of ASTM, I'm forgetting the name. But the ASTM and the Concrete Institute has certified that this concrete is actually stronger. So these are, these things came about before we even understood the term circular economy. This was an industry that produces a large amount of reusable product, and they understood that it was reusable. So I use that example only because whether it's wildfires or it's a byproduct or it's land-based application where it makes sense of wastewater treatment matter, these are all examples. As a regulator, we need to make sure that we leave room for in how we think about setting policies and setting rules and standards. Again, all of this has to be done in the protection of human health and the environment, so we are not creating another problem, but that we are being creative in solving another. One of the other things that I think I will touch on quickly, we talk about circular economy, and it sounds like a big thing. It's a big policy. And we were talking earlier that it's important as environmental leaders, as countries, as council members, that we make sure that we are taking these big policy ideas and initiatives and making them very personal. How are they digestible for each one of you? What can you do? And I loved what we saw today with GELP, because composting is something that can be so easily done. And we have an initiative now where somebody got creative with it and scaled it up and made it even bigger. The management of plastic waste. For all of you that use reusable water bottles, or you take a coffee mug to work, or you use a ceramic bowl when you go to work, you are influencing somebody and you are leading by example in a way that you probably don't even realize. But in so doing, you are perpetuating a circular economy, a conservation, a prevention of what we then is harder to manage downstream once it becomes a problem, rather than to try and mitigate it in your behavior. So thank you to all of you who have your water bottles, for all of you who carry your cups to work. And I appreciate the creativity and the imagination that goes into our conversations around circular economy. Thank you all.
Michael, circular economy and nature solutions for Canada. Thank you. Mike? Did I do something? Okay, the work. If not, you can use the microphone. Can you hear me now? No, no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. When I saw the poll come up, I would have hoped for an answer that said all of the above, I think, because I think there are elements to the answer that touch on everything. And Usha, you mentioned that while economic growth may not be the driver for some of this, it certainly is a core benefit and something that we all benefit from as governments and as countries and as societies. Our countries share, what the last 2 days have really, really impressed upon me is just how much our countries share common goals, challenges, centered on balancing economic growth and environmental protection. And all of that has come through in the conversation we're having today. And I really appreciated the keynote speech and the whole idea of bringing these sort of circular economy parks, if you will, to bear, and what that might mean by way of not only doing the right thing by way of the environment, but really benefiting the economy and driving economic growth in Mexico. And I really, really appreciate the innovation that's gone into that. We are, as Canada, we recognize that this is a challenge that faced by industry, by civil society, but that governments have a unique role that we can play as well in driving the agendas forward. When I talk about circular economy, when I talk about nature-based solutions, I think about it in a number of ways. One, we are, as governments, major purchasers of goods and services, and how we choose to purchase and how we choose to support circular economy can really, we lead by example and we can lead from the front. And those are decisions that we as governments can make that can drive innovation, it can drive change in our own countries. We are also, I hope, trusted providers of information if we're doing our jobs right, and ensuring that customers have options to buy products that follow circular economy principles, that they can trust the information that they are receiving, that they can trust governments when we talk about the circular economy benefits. Those are all areas where we can lean in terms of information, in terms of providing reliable science, reliable data, and reliable information. We can also incentivize innovation and helping to support the development of new solutions, whether technological or nature-based, through strategic regulations, through good policy making, through good information sharing and innovation. There's been a couple of really good examples talked about here today. Usha, you mentioned critical minerals, and that's a huge part of Canada's approach on circular economy in terms of how we see the opportunity for us driving a critical minerals agenda and an action plan is about driving clean energy transition. It's about preparing ourselves for the economy and the transition of the future, the here and now, but also in the future. It's about putting our country on the front foot rather than reacting and responding to change that's happening around us. But it's so much more than environment. It's about economic opportunity and durable jobs. It's even about national security and the benefits and if we're doing this right, the benefits that are accrued for all of us, I hope, go far beyond some of the conversations that we're having here today. Secretary Barcelona, you've spoken so eloquently about plastics and about the moment, the opportunities that we have. And as we approach the next round of plastics negotiations, I think we do have an opportunity to live up to the moment that is before us. And there are real opportunities to demonstrate that governments are taking these issues very, very seriously. But, it's not just about the big picture. It's not just about negotiating the big deals. It's about, and we've heard this and we've seen this through our GELP award winners, it's about what we do big and small and how we as governments can support the circular economy agenda. And in plastics, for example, Canada supports a Plastics Innovation Challenges program. It's part of Canada's comprehensive approach to addressing plastic waste and pollution. And it offers funding to small and medium-sized enterprises to incentivize the development of technology to address plastic waste. And again, I think that comes back to the conversation we're having about scaling. And we have to think about how we can broaden that kind of program out into other areas as well. I have many examples written here, but I don't, time allows to go through them all today. But let me just say a few words as well about nature-based solutions. Ecosystems provide, and it's come through loud and clear, provide benefits that we are not quantifying or accounting for. And one of the major challenges we have in government is how do you demonstrate nature-based solutions? How do you demonstrate just how important they are? Because the data points are harder. The quantification, the economic quantification is extraordinarily difficult to do, and do it in a way where you can trust the data, you can trust the information. I think we're getting a little better, but we have a long way to go. But ecosystems provide those benefits. They filter pollutants, manage wastewater, and sequester carbon. And to augment these benefits, we are conserving and restoring wetlands, peatlands, grasslands, and forests, and improving management practices on agricultural land and forests. Now, that's not to say, and Daniel, you made the point, we can sit here and trumpet solutions, but there are many, many challenges, and we have a long way to go in all of these areas. But it was interesting, Usha, you were talking about the construction industry and some of the work that's done. And if we think creatively about these issues, it's amazing what we can achieve. And one of the examples that I had to share was very similar, not as much around cement, but around wood. There's a Canadian system for recovering wood from construction, renovation, and demolition activities, and reintegrating those materials back into the economy. And why I say that is because the economic impact of doing that is profound. And in doing so, by recovering wood from the demolition process, we're actually then preserving forest land. We're preserving forest, and in turn allowing for that sequestration of carbon to allow for nature-based solutions to run their course, and while preserving and growing the economy in innovative ways. So, I mean, there's many, many examples of projects, big and small, that we can choose. But I think what I'm encouraged by is to hear just how each of our governments are approaching these issues, that each of our governments are taking meaningful actions, big and small. Not to say there's not a lot more that needs to be done. There's a lot more that we need to talk about in terms of how we can cooperate, how we can advance these issues. And the CEC offers us such a valuable opportunity to do that. And perhaps just before I close, just to say thank you to Secretary Barcena for your remarkable leadership, for your tremendous hosting, and your amazing team in hosting us here in Mexico City. And my thanks, Daniel, to you and the CEC team and the extraordinary energy you bring to this every day. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to remind us that in 1994, when the CEC was created, it created three bodies. The council, which are the ministers. We don't get to see them that often. They're here now with us today. The secretariat, that's the staff that you've engaged with, that you've talked to, and then the public through the JPAC. And just before I introduce our chair of JPAC, because this is such an important moment to hear from the public, I just want to say something about those that are present. So we have Secretary Barcena here with us today. We had the administrator also from EPA yesterday, and you've got to meet him. But really, the most important people are the ones that are working with us day to day. And Michael's one of those. So when you talk to him and he's here on stage, he's the person that most engages with us. And it's so important that he's here with us today. Same with Camila, who's seated right here. She's engaging with us with Mexico. And Leslie, who's over there, and Usha, who's joined us recently, they're the ones that roll up their sleeves and engage with us. They're hearing us. So don't think that it's less because a minister is not here. It's super important that they're here with us today, because ministers have a lot on their plate. And it's the people that do the day-to-day that are most important. So Anne Rafael, chair of our JPAC, it's time to hear from our public constituents.
Sure. Okay, I have two mics. I'm going to do something. It's just going to take 15 seconds before we get into the questions. But I have 3 young kids, and I've learned through tough experience that you have to get that blood flowing when you stay seated for too long. So stand up, just 10 seconds, shake those legs. We've been sitting for a long time, including our esteemed speakers here. Get those arms, get those legs. Perfect. Yeah, that feels better. Environment is dynamic, it's a living, breathing thing. We are the example of that. So thank you very much for taking the time. It's a lot to cover. We appreciate your patience as we continue to be nimble with the agenda. So please sit down again just for a few more minutes. This is the segment where we want to have the open dialogue with all of you. As Danielle said, it's my honor and pleasure to be with you today and to have been with you for the past couple of days. I am the chair of the JPAC, and our role is to include you, to include your thoughts, your feedback, and your questions. So we will do a couple things here to engage you this afternoon. One is we have received questions already over the last few days from you for our panelists here. I will start with that. Then we'll turn to our Zoom attendees for online questions. And then we will wrap up by turning to this room and seeing if you want to step to the microphones and ask questions to the various speakers. So my first question is on nature-based solutions. And I think we talked a lot about opportunities for collaboration, but maybe one thing that we haven't really talked about too much this afternoon, although we did address it yesterday and this morning, is the role of Indigenous peoples, and especially local communities, and how they can help shape that dialogue and shape the solutions in your respective countries. So I'll go to you, Secretary Barcena.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Just to tell you that Mexico is one of the 12 mega diverse countries of the world, one of the 12 mega diverse countries of the world. And thanks to indigenous peoples, we have been able to preserve it because it is them and the communities who have dedicated to preserving and to resisting extractivism and its impact to be able to preserve, and now to show us how these nature-based solutions work and what systems we can use to reach those solutions, like our traditional milpa and coffee growing, as well as our chinampas. These are all traditional ecological knowledge that they bring to the table with a lot of openness and generosity of these peoples to share their knowledge. Because yes, we talk about intellectual property. We now know that we need to protect their intellectual property, because otherwise modernity can be harmful in that aspect. But traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples used to be a public wealth or good. And there are some companies that have taken advantage of that knowledge that comes from them to develop drugs or processed foods. And so I think that our main task in charge of the environmental policies of our countries is not only to protect the environment. For example, there's something that we care about, which is that by 2030, we want to protect 30% of our territory. Now we're protecting about 99 million hectares, and we need to reach 152 million hectares. But we cannot do it alone as a government if we do not have indigenous peoples with us. So following our president's policy, who has actually set the bar high, because every morning, as you know, she wakes up to hold a meeting at 6 a.m. and then at 9:30 a.m. she addresses the press. But every Friday, just like today, she's already going to the communities to meet the people And so our president has an approval rate of over 75, 80% because she actually visits the community and talks to people and then comes and tells us, okay, I went to this community and they were telling me this and this. And so she tells us, you need to take care of that. And I think that that feedback is so necessary, urgent. So that's why traditional knowledge, not only from indigenous peoples, but African American communities, fishermen, producers, or farmers, everyone who is at the field, over 50% of our national land is communal land or ejidos. And that's where we have most of the most important knowledge for us. So in terms of solution of nature-based solution and this indigenous knowledge, this is a common project that should take us ahead.
Yes. Michael. We heard from Secretary Barcena, obviously, the importance of traditional knowledge, and I know that it is something that's near and dear our heart as well in Canada. Do you want to reflect on that question as well?
Your microphone. Look, thank you very much for the question. You know, and what I've learned over the very short time that I've been with Environment Climate Change Canada, over 2 years now, is just how much there is still left to learn. You know, what I have learned from the conversations and the discussions with Indigenous leaders in Canada is we tend at times as governments and as societies to projectize a solution. And you understand when you talk and you sit down and you talk to an Indigenous community or leader, and I'm going to not explain this as well as I would like to, you understand that it's a way of living on this earth, that Indigenous science and knowledge is born out of living and a way of life that we don't always appreciate or totally wrap our heads around. You know, and I think about this in the context of, you know, when you have very practical conversations about forest restoration or post-wildfire or prevention of wildfires, and you talk to Indigenous communities about the work that has been done intergenerationally to take action to prevent wildfires from spreading. It's quite remarkable when you actually see what is going on, and you realize that the solutions are challenging, but they're not impossible. I think about this in the context of regenerative agriculture or in waste management, where Canadian Indigenous communities have been leading the charge so often in terms of how you turn nature-based how you then incorporate economic opportunity from nature-based solutions as well and ensure the well-being of communities or promote the well-being of communities. You know, we at Environment Climate Change Canada, we don't purport to have all of the answers on these questions, but one of the things we have learned is the importance of incorporating Indigenous knowledge and leadership into our policymaking. And we do have a team now we've had a team for some time in the department that is focused on Indigenous, that leads on Indigenous science, Indigenous knowledge and leadership. And that is intended to incorporate into our policymaking, is intended to make us better and stronger in terms of the kinds of policies that we choose to pursue, and intended, you know, as part of a larger journey of reconciliation in our country, intended to be sure that we are looking at every opportunity to be the best that we can be as a government of Canada in terms of addressing what we know are genuine solutions that we sometimes have overlooked and need to be far more sophisticated and far more thoughtful about as we go forward.
Thank you. Usha, do you want to reflect on that question as well?
Can you hear me? Yes, there we go. Absolutely, and thank you for the question. And you know, the incorporation and the inclusion of our tribal nations in EPA process is one that we don't take lightly. And so for those who don't know, the United States is home to 574 federally recognized tribal nations and Alaskan Native villages. And those tribal nations, 575 of them, the tribal nations are recognized as sovereign in the US Constitution. They are recognized as sovereign nations. And in EPA, we recognize it as our responsibility to enable them to self-govern on their own lands. We understand that they understand their lands and their issues far better than we can and do. So as part of that recognition and the government-to-government relationship that we have with them, we have a consultation policy, much like many of the other government agencies have. And when EPA is contemplating a decision, maybe it's a permit, maybe it's a rule, a significant action that impacts their lands, we enter into a consultation process with them and invite them to come to us, or we come to them one way or the other. We spend a fair amount of time out visiting our tribal partners, but many times it is an invitation to tell us what you think about, as tribal nations, separate and apart from what we do with the general public. It's an opportunity to provide input and opinion into EPA's decision-making. So that is something EPA takes seriously, and we're very proud of the fact that that is intentional on our part. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Shel. I think I'm just going to do a time check. Do we have time for another couple questions? Okay. One? Okay. So I stand corrected. If you want to ask a question and you're in the room, we won't be passing a microphone. We'll be passing pieces of paper. Is that correct? Or a microphone? What can we do? Either or? A piece of paper, and then you address it to yourself. Okay, and we will be reading it here for the panelists. So I just want to make sure that we have time for that. But as we do this, I'll just ask one very quick one from online, if that's okay. And I also want to acknowledge you, Camilla, for joining us. You're replacing the secretary. I'm assuming there's lots happening. Okay, thank you. Thank you for stepping in. Okay, so from our online participants, we have someone who's reflecting on the keynote presentation we had and who's asking us to what extent could there be an opportunity for undertaking perhaps a trilateral endeavor where each of the parties develop a circular economy park in a spirit outlined in the presentation that we saw. So parties have shared priorities under the USMCA that tackle that shared economy and the environment and those urgent areas that we know about. So he's giving us some example on sustainable transportation, repurposing electric batteries. And so if I can summarize that question, it sounds like we're trying to identify if there are opportunities for next steps to action some of those programs together. So a cross-border initiative. Camilla, do you want to reflect on that?
Claro que sí, muchísimas gracias por la pregunta. La secretaria
Thank you very much. Secretary Bárcena had to leave for a few minutes, but she'll be back. In the participation of the circular parks, we have talked with the partners in the United States. We have asked for their support. We want to know best practices that they have. We already heard about some projects that they have that are necessary so that we can know from experts in Canada and the United States how we can make progress, public or private alliances. And the private park in Tula is a great project for us, and it's private. Not only, and we can apply it not only in Tula, but in several parts of the country. We have so many manufacturing sectors, automotive sectors. So where we have integrated markets, where can we promote these examples of circular parks? Tula for us is the first one, but it's one of many. Thank you very much.
Briefly, Usha, I'll ask you to reflect on that as well, offer some thoughts.
Yes, absolutely. And, I think one of the things, this is obvious to us because we sit here, but we sit here as the CEC under the USMCA. And I think it's important to remember that the USMCA is the trilateral. It's the three of us as neighbors, and the three of us are important, are stronger together. And there's a reason why NAFTA and the USMCA came about. And so there is value, there's absolute value in the three countries sharing their best practices to any problem, whether it's circular economy or it's critical minerals or it's best practices on mining or whatever. The three of us sharing, and I think you've heard cooperation and collaboration. The name of this group is the Commission on Environmental Cooperation. So where we can share learnings so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel as any one country or industry, I think is really important, and we should do more of the collaboration around best practices.
Thank you, Usha. Okay, Michael, I'll ask you to reflect as well on that briefly, just in the interest of time, and then we'll tackle the last question.
For sure.
Go ahead.
And I agree with everything that's been said, so that becomes quite easy. And I do think what's fascinating to me is just how much we are all doing on these issues, but it takes coming to the CEC and we talk about it and then we realize just how much we are all doing. And to me, one of the reflections, how do we do this together? How do we cooperate together? Is making sure that this information is available, that we understand it more systematically as well. And there are ways that we can do that. There are ways that we can continue to grow together. I think we are at the front end of a remarkable opportunity to deepen cooperation through the CEC. And so how do we make sure that this is kind of information is available to us? Because I come and I listen to colleagues and to the ministers and the administrator and the secretary, and I'm absolutely sort of blown away by the degree of innovation, the work, the thoughtfulness that is going into some of these issues. And I know that the same thing is happening in my own country. Saying all that, I know there's so much more left to do. But I think we need to find ways to sort of make sure that we are all just more systematically aware of that. So we're coming to the table then to talk about how do we bring it even closer together.
Thank you. Excellent answer. Please join me in thanking Michael for that answer. And as we turn our attention to a question we received from the room here that I'm going to read in a second, I just want to walk you through the next steps. We are running out of time, as I said earlier, so we won't be able to take a break, but it means we're going to segue efficiently into the announcements from the three parties. So I see the room is still very full. Please stay with us for the next few moments here. The next question and our last question for the open public dialogue is to you, Camilla. The question is about how the government is prioritizing the rescue of the three basins due to the high historical contamination they have and the large human population here. But also asking what actions are there in rivers that are not yet as contaminated and polluted through restoration maybe or protection strategies. That person is saying, I'm specifically referring to the Usumacinta River and the Grijalva River or basin.
Yeah.
Over to you.
No, thank you. So we've had now not just from the, perdón, estoy hablando en inglés.
Okay.
No, desde la Secretaría de Medio Ambiente.
From the Secretariat of Semarnat, we are focused on the priority that has been established by the Sheinbaum president, and not only the three basins, but all the public. This issue has a priority, and they have put three key persons for administration, including other secretariats, because we believe that the problem includes governance. It's a social problem. It's a problem that we have to work very close in with the communities. The problem is not the same in the three basins. We see the Secretary Barcin already showed us that sometimes it's water lilies, other it's industrial plants, illegal dumping. So it's very specific. Usha already told us that there's not one solution that solves everything. So we are evaluating space by space and talking about communities, working with communities, analyzing what are the impacts. In some cases, it has to do with regulations. How can we prevent those gaps that we have, and also to work with private industry? Many times it's these big companies that do not necessarily follow. They have the regulations, but the implementation is failing. In other cases, it has to do with the geographic conditions, hydrological conditions. It has to do with a restructure that is required. So that is why we are doing a diagnosis for each one of the basins, working as a team, as the whole administration, not only at a federal level. In many of the cases, there are state or local situations, so we have to talk with the municipalities. That's an additional challenge, to talk to the three levels of government with the communities. In this diagnosis, it takes a lot of time. President Sheinbaum said she wanted now. It was for yesterday. So we have a very clear route, and this is a long, medium, and short-term project. We're seeing it from a comprehensive aspect for the treatment plants. So we focus on these three basins because we believe that they are the ones that are the most contaminated, but especially learning of all the actions that are more effective is when we can see all the hydrology that we have. This is a very titanic task that we have to do it
Thank you very much,
step by
Jamila.
step.
Thank you for that answer. And I think that wraps up the open dialogue here. I think it was an excellent conversation, needless to say. I think it's also quite fitting that we end with you being our host and having welcomed us in this beautiful country and city for this dialogue. So please join me in welcoming our panelists, welcoming our host, and all the breadth of knowledge that they shared with us today. Thank you so much. Danielle, I'm going to welcome you back onto the stage.
Thank you, Anne Raphael, for serving as the master of ceremony for the JPAC session. And I know lots of you probably have a bunch of other questions, and I will say what I always say: if you have any questions that were unanswered, send them to me. Nobody reads my email. I will send responses personally. jdthailand@cec.org. Happy to engage with you. And now, for the next part of our council session, we are going to hear from the parties with some announcements that they have. And we're going to start with Mexico. So, Camila.
Muy apropiada la pregunta, porque justo
And that is so appropriate. I didn't want to say this before, but part of what we're doing is to talk about water issues. So now we have the chair. We were fortunate enough to present an initiative that will be used. $500,000 will be used for waterways, integrated water solutions, and wastewater for all. And so what we see is that water issues is still a critical topic, and centralized systems for the treatment of wastewater is facing challenges like high operational costs, complex infrastructure, and not enough coverage. And so we're going to present this initiative promoted by our country related to installing decentralized systems to treat wastewater in urban and peri-urban areas to restore rivers using cost-effective infrastructure. Now, this is a very important challenge where over 2.4 million people are lacking adequate sanitation. In Mexico, we have about 40,000 treatment plants, but 139 of them are not working. And this is a very costly operation, and they're not adaptable in some of these urban, peri-urban areas. Some cases like Guadalajara, you can see the pictures. where the discharges are polluting our urban rivers and causing great harm to our local communities. So the idea is to have these decentralized systems that will allow us to treat water close to their source with a low cost, low energy, and they're modular and scalable. They allow for reuse and recharging of treated water. These can be innovating and resilient solutions and scalable that will allow us to treat these waters at their source, minimizing environmental impact, reducing costs in our communities. On these pictures, you can see the different conditions, the before and after the interventions at Puerta Grande and the Magdalena, Barranca Magdalena Eslava rivers. Now, what are some of the advantages that we see with these systems? They are highly efficient for treating point source discharges, and they can be useful for some regions that have been more affected on a long scale. As we mentioned, the three mostly polluted rivers, Tula, Atoyac, Lerma, and Santiago. With this initiative, waterways that I mentioned before, we are proposing to implement decentralized sanitation initiatives or projects for these regions in Mexico, the US, and Canada as a strategy to improve the quality of water and to generate resources that are useful for irrigation and for other uses. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, México, por la.
Thank you very much to Mexico for your project.
Sorry. Well, I am very excited to be able to make this announcement. So today marks an important milestone in North American environmental cooperation as we reach the 5-year anniversary of the Environmental Cooperation Agreement signed July 1st, 2020. As you know, the ECA is a fundamental guiding document for the CEC. In recognition of this milestone, we are pleased to announce the launch of the next 5-year review of the agreement. This agreement has served as a critical framework for trilateral collaboration, and this review reflects our shared commitment to transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement in addressing environmental priorities across the 3 countries. To lead this review, we are convening an independent committee of experts from Canada, Mexico, and the United States, selected for their knowledge in environmental management and the intersection and balance of trade, economic development, and the environmental protection. Their work will help us better align our operations with the goals of the ECA and identify clear, actionable recommendations for the future. This review is more than a procedural requirement. It is an opportunity to strengthen and guide meaningful cooperation in years to come. I personally am very much looking forward to embarking on this next 5-year review, and hopefully, as you have heard from my counterparts, we are going to do really good things in this next 5 years. I'm excited about being able to work with my colleagues in this very important initiative, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Usha, and we're all excited about the review. It really is the opportunity for us to look back to see at what we've done, where we are, and where we want to go. And your voice about where we want to go is absolutely fundamental. So thank you, United States. Let's turn to Canada now.
Thank you very much. I'm proud to announce on behalf of the CEC the 8th cycle of the North American Partnership for Environmental Community Action. Through this grant, the CEC encourages model environmental initiatives that will help build long-term partnerships to improve environmental conditions at the community level and support local priorities, which has been such a core of the conversations that we've been having over the last few days. This year's grant will focus on supporting community-based circular economy projects with the purpose of improving local well-being and the environment. Canada has no doubt that the new cycle will bring several exciting initiatives to many communities across North America, and I look forward to exploring those with all of you further at future CEC meetings. As well, this year, the CEC is celebrating the 15th year anniversary of the creation of this grant. Since 2010, NAP-ECA has been instrumental in fostering collaborative efforts to address pressing environmental challenges while promoting sustainable development and fostering cross-border cooperation. I understand that we'll play a short video that stands as a testimony to the great impact the grant program has had in communities. So I will turn it to our tech experts to take it from here.
En ese tiempo, en esta comunidad donde trabajamos, pues, había una escasez de agua. No entendíamos cómo, habiendo tanta agua en la naturaleza, esas familias tenían que acarrear agua de muy lejos con animales, con pequeños bidones.
En el 2013 nosotros tuvimos mucho acercamiento con comunidades de Tepoztlán y en ese año aplicamos al proyecto NAPECA como Centro de Innovación en Tecnología Alternativa, precisamente para colaborar con la gente, hacer capacitaciones y fuera más asequible para las comunidades tener agua.
Esa convocatoria resonaba totalmente con el trabajo que hacemos en el CITA, que principalmente es trabajar por cambiar la percepción social del agua. Tengo 15 años de experiencia diseñando y construyendo casas de adobe con sistemas para el cuidado del agua y el suelo, como la captación de agua de lluvia, los filtros de aguas grises y el sanitario ecológico. Estas tres técnicas se llevan muy bien y son tan sencillas de aplicar. Fue importante capacitar a la gente porque así nos asegurábamos de que la tecnología permaneciera en su poder. Los principales aprendices son jóvenes y pues mujeres también. Pues las obras eran también una ocasión de convivencia. Ahora que ha pasado bastante tiempo, sabemos que la gente que optó por estas técnicas las siguen usando. El trabajo que hicimos pues ayudó a que la gente permaneciera en su territorio y que supiera cuidarlo.
Esas tecnologías están demostrando que eran las adecuadas. Las familias que hicieron su baño seco o que captaron agua de lluvia la están pasando mejor. Entonces otras familias ponen atención y dicen, queremos replicarlo.
Este proyecto con NAPECA sin duda pues enriqueció nuestra experiencia, nos dio muchos elementos para seguir enriqueciendo nuestro trabajo.
Ha sido un periodo bastante rico y fructífero.
En ce moment, nous sommes aux abords du lac Champlain, qui est un lac qui chevauche à la fois le Canada et les États-Unis. Cette région-là est particulièrement susceptible aux inondations causées notamment par les changements climatiques. Je pense entre autres aux inondations de 2011 qui ont été tellement importantes qu'il y a 40 municipalités ici au Québec qui ont été inondées, puis ça pendant plus de 60 jours. Donc, ça a eu des impacts importants pour la communauté, les infrastructures, les bâtiments, mais aussi les habitats naturels et les espèces en péril. Ces inondations-là auraient été possiblement moins importantes si l'eau aurait été capable de circuler normalement. Le but du projet était d'aller évaluer les différentes traverses de cours d'eau, que ce soit des ponts ou des ponceaux, afin de savoir lesquels entravaient le plus la circulation de l'eau et le passage du poisson. En 2020, c'est là qu'on a caractérisé plus de 200 traverses de cours d'eau dans le bassin versant de la rivière au Brochet. Le financement de la Commission de coopération environnementale nous a permis de développer une expertise en connectivité aquatique qui n'existait pas ici au Québec. C'est-à-dire une carte en ligne où on peut voir de manière prioritaire les ponceaux ou les ponts qui sont à changer pour restaurer la connectivité aquatique et limiter les risques d'inondation. Cette carte-là a été partagée aux différentes instances locales. Puis il y a même certaines autorités qui ont déjà prévu les changements d'ici 2030. Avec ça, on a pu développer différents partenariats qui sont encore fort utiles pour l'élaboration des actions de conservation ici dans la région. On s'attend à ce que les communautés locales bénéficient de cette initiative-là et qu'ils puissent être plus résilients face aux prochaines inondations.
I actually had a dream that inspired the formation of our collective, who was rooted in a really extreme wildfire scenario that we had right up on the mountain. It burned for over 80 days.
As a farmer, I've watched the change in seasons and extremes that are happening now with the climate, and it makes it really hard to grow. And we're already in the high desert climate here. For that reason, we need as many diverse ways of farming and implementing the care of the soil and the environment as we possibly can, because it all works together.
In that dream, it became evident that really needed to help speak and advocate for pollinators and for healthy habitat. And so I reached out to each of the matriarchs and asked them if they wanted to work collectively.
Thank you. We applied to NAPICA because it seemed like a good fit for what a collective of Native women in the community were trying to promote. With that funding, we've been putting together these toolkits that can be passed around that have wonderful information and things that are not easy to find and get in today's world, like wildflower seeds and mycelium.
This strain is oyster mushrooms, which are really good, kind of non-invasive mushroom to put in your garden. And just crumbling one of those little cylinders up in your soil, is enough to seed an entire area.
With this project, each of our main participants is establishing their own seed sanctuary. We're also each putting on workshops to share our specialties and then be able to not only share them with each other, but also share them with our community.
Indigenous women have a lot of collective strength and knowledge to offer our communities, our families, the world. The Popovi Collective is a way to pay attention to those non-human relationships that we're always nurturing, that are so vital to maintaining life in this place.
I'm a traditional farmer and grower, and it's brought a lot of passion back to the work that I do. I'm really excited about the work that I'm doing this year and into next with this project.
So just a snapshot into wonderful projects that we are working on. These are your projects, many more that we've worked on before, that we've supported across our 3 countries, and we're gonna do many more. And now I'd like to invite our 3 council members to the signature table to conclude our council session. Okay, so now for our closing statements of our 32nd council session, I turn to the United States for closing remarks. Usha.
I want to say a very sincere appreciation and my gratitude to the host in this beautiful city. This is my first time to Mexico City, and it is a beautiful, beautiful city. I was very grateful to have been able to attend with the administrator having to leave. And I have been so encouraged in the conversations that I have had with my peers and with many of you here in the audience. I really am genuinely excited about what is to come for the CEC in the next few years as we embark upon our new strategic plan and more. So again, thank you to all of you. It is late and you are still here. So thank you. And I will pass that over. But again, I look forward to it. Thank you.
So, thank you. So, Michael, for Canada.
Much. I think I would echo those words. My thanks to you, Secretary Barsna, and to your team, as I've said earlier today, for the remarkable job you've done hosting and managing every detail. If anyone has any appreciation for how much work goes into making this look as smooth as you've made it look, I can only imagine how tired your team must be right now. And my sincere thanks. I've been very encouraged by the conversation. It's highly motivated. Walking out of this meeting, this is my first CEC meeting in this role, and I walk away feeling very encouraged and motivated and feeling like we are up to the challenge and that there's so much to do, but I'm very confident that there's so much we can do together. And I do very much look forward to being part of this remarkable cooperation mechanism for years to come. We're extremely delighted to become the chair of the CEC next. We have big shoes to fill. That is very clear to me, having been a part of this for the last year. And the 25-26 period, I think, is a very exciting time for the Commission and the parties. We have so much work to do on the strategic plan for 2026 to 2030, and we've had a chance to talk to many of you about that and how your advice and your guidance to us will help us very much in terms of guiding the direction towards that strategic plan as we go forward. We will continue to gather your input and work collaboratively with JPAC and the TACEC to renew and establish the pillars and cross-cutting themes of our work so they are relevant and useful, not just for the parties, for the governments, but for you. You have to see yourself, the citizens of our countries have to see themselves in this effort, in this endeavor. And we will want to be sure that this is relevant and useful in terms of the challenges that we collectively face today. And finally, to conclude, just to say we'll be very excited to welcome you to Canada, to the capital city of Ottawa for the 33rd annual session in 2026. The dates to be confirmed still as we work with our minister, but I can assure you we very much look forward to welcoming you to Canada next year and very much look forward to being part of this remarkable mechanism for many years to come. Thank you.
And now finally, we pass the baton, which is usually just an expression, but we actually have a baton with a tree of life. So let's hear from Mexico.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. We conclude today a very extensive day of work, but very successful. First, I would like to thank all of you who have been with us this afternoon, because this segment, this public segment of the council is the most important part. I had to go out for a few minutes to take a call when we had the questions, but we are available. What we have received, Michael, Usha, is that we want to participate. We want to be the role players of the Commission, of this great Commission of Environmental Cooperation. We don't want the governments to be foreign to what is happening to you in your communities. So I hope that this dialogue, that not that it started today, because you've been working in these projects, these great projects for 15 years. But I want to tell you that I believe that this great mechanism, that this Commission is one of the most powerful tools that the United States, Mexico, Canada treaty we have to protect it, and that's our task, because this trilateral mechanism doesn't exist in any part of the world unless with the participation of the communities, the indigenous peoples, with representatives, with youth. So I believe that we have a mechanism that is very interesting. And here we have decided very important things. I think that the challenges that we have before us, it's true, Usha, you cannot talk with me for more than 2 minutes if not mentioning circular economy. It's the change of paradigm. We have to change the development and the use. And we're talking about that, of the structures, the environmental deterioration. In the end, that's it. And we want to do it with equality, with the people. There's no other way. And for me, it's an honor to be in these days with you, listening to you this morning in the in-camera session. Today has been a great day to learn from all of you. Yesterday, when we heard the participation of Cecia, it was great to hear you. Kathy, it was great to hear you also. And your voices are the ones that motivate us to continue working in this task. And I want to tell you that, dear Michael, the task that you have before you is not easy, but it's very important because we're living a very difficult time. This is a Gramsciano moment because this is a world that is Gramsci mentioned this, that there is some monster, he said. This is it's not beginning, this is not ending. So we have to prevent this and to become role players of this strategic plan 2026-2030, and the strengthening of what today has been shown by the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. And I would like to ask the staff of the Commission for Environmental Cooperation to please stand up so we can give you a great applause. This is meaning of your great work. Thank you, Daniel, for your leadership. It's a collaboration road that has been built, and this is why, for me, it is. I'm very happy to transfer my leadership to my colleague from Canada, and we have our baton. We put a little bit of an arrangement because it was a little bit sad. So we put so we give you the leadership, dear Michael. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you, and we'll see you in Canada. Thank you very much.
So 3 countries, 1 environment. Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. I want to note one last idea and something that's very important. Since we have our 3 new presidents and prime minister, this is the first time that our 3 countries came together. And it's about environment. We come together because together we are stronger. And that's our logo here. 3 countries, 1 environment. Thank you very much for attending the 32nd council session. And we'll see you next year, but we'll actually see you a lot before then, because there are a lot of things that we're doing in the day-to-day. So thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening. Enjoy your stay here. Thank you, Mexico, for your hospitality, and have a safe trip home. Thank you very much.